This House now resumes its sitting. Good morning, everyone. I call on the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a second time. And I will now give the objects and the reasons, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand before this Honorable House to discuss a critical development in our ongoing battle against financial crimes in the Virgin Islands. The introduction of the Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Amendment Bill 2025 marks a significant step forward in enhancing our legislative framework to combat money laundering and terrorist financing effectively. We are pleased to be taking immediate and decisive action to strengthen our legislative framework. The government, along with several agencies, is actively working on the 64 recommended actions detailed in the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force Mutual Evaluation Report. This is a decisive period for our territory, as our standing will be determined during the FATF plenary in June 2025. This bill proposes significant amendments to the existing Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Act as revised in 2020. The primary goal is to address the deficiencies highlighted in the CFATF's fourth round mutual evaluation report. This report underscores our need to comply with international anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing standards, a need we cannot ignore. Allow me to outline some key themes and amendments in this bill that will fortify our legislative framework against financial crime. Firstly, Madam Speaker, the bill is proposed to ensure our laws align with international standards set forth by organizations such as the Financial Action Task Force and the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force. As stated in the objects and reasons of the bill, the aim is to resolve the deficiencies noted in the CFATF's Mutual Evaluation Report. Compliance with these global obligations is not merely a legal necessity, it is a moral imperative to protect our financial integrity. Secondly, the bill enhances our investigative powers. The bill introduces new tools and reinforces existing ones to empower our law enforcement agencies. For instance, the introduction of production orders compels individuals or entities to provide critical documents or information relevant to investigations. Similarly, the expanded provisions for search and seizure warrants will allow our authorities to act swiftly and decisively when production orders yield insufficient results. Moreover, disclosure orders and customer information orders will streamline information gathering processes, ensuring that investigators have timely access to pertinent information without unduly infringing on the rights of individuals and entities. Additionally, account monitoring orders enable real-time surveillance of suspicious activities making it more difficult for financial criminals to operate undetected. Another critical element of this bill is the increased penalties for various offenses related to criminal conduct and non-compliance. We are sending a clear message. The punishment for engaging in financial crimes will be heightened, with some penalties increasing tenfold to a maximum of 25 years in prison or fines reaching up to $1 million. This illustrates our commitment to not only detection and prevention, but also accountability. Furthermore, the bill broadens the scope of restraint orders, extending their reach to all property connected to money laundering, terrorist financing, or predicate offenses. We aim to close the loopholes that allow individuals to circumvent asset restraint and recovery, thus bolstering our ability to safeguard our financial ecosystem. This bill also strengthens asset recovery measures. We will take decisive action against those who attempt to dissipate criminal assets or contravene enforced orders, with clear provisions to void transactions intended to frustrate confiscation orders. We are laying down the gauntlet against financial misconduct. With respect to international cooperation, we recognize the importance of collaboration in addressing these complex issues. New provisions within the bill will facilitate cooperation with other countries concerning money laundering offenses. Together, we can improve our chances of asset identification, tracing, freezing, seizure, and forfeiture, key elements in dismantling international financial crime networks. However, while we recognize the increased compliance burden placed on financial institutions, this is a necessary step towards a more accountable and transparent financial environment. We must embrace this challenge in our pursuit of justice and integrity. In conclusion, the Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Amendment Bill 2025 symbolizes our determination to overhaul our legal framework in tackling money laundering and terrorist financing. By addressing the deficiencies highlighted in international evaluations and aligning with global standards, we are fortifying our ability to prevent, detect, investigate, and prosecute financial crimes while ensuring that illicit assets are recovered. Let us move forward with resolve, ensuring that the Virgin Islands remains a beacon of integrity and compliance in the global financial landscape. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Speaker, I rise a second and say, Madam Speaker, that these pieces of legislation that are before us, this proceeds of criminal conduct, it's a matter, Madam Speaker, of us knowing what the realities are and knowing what's to come. This is just the tip of the iceberg, and there's more to come, Madam Speaker. The mantra here is that we're talking about the CFATF fourth round mutual evaluation report in relation to international standards on anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism. Madam Speaker, I said here before, and by now all of us know the realities, that we have been the beneficiaries of the benefits of financial services in this territory for decades now. We've been enjoying it. What we didn't realize is that it doesn't come cheap, it doesn't come easy. The day of reckoning was coming. I think it's here now, Madam Speaker, where there's no distinction between an international crime and a local crime when we bring these legislation before the House. Ostensibly, what they're looking at, or they say, they're looking at terrorism financing, money laundering, and all those things. But if it's a crime and there's proceeds, it doesn't matter whether it's local or it's international. And that's what these pieces of legislation are going to cover. Yes, members of this House will try to see how best they can insulate people locally from these onerous pieces of legislation that we are passing. But we as a country, as a territory, as a jurisdiction, we have absolutely no choice. I've seen it up close. up front recently what these people are capable of and what they're prepared to do to this jurisdiction, including, Madam Speaker, and not limited to, members of Parliament in the United Kingdom asking for for the United Kingdom to go as far as to put in an order in council against these Virgin Islands. And that's not just an order in council against the Virgin Islands, Madam Speaker. It's on top of an order in council that's already there. And they would not bat an eye. I'm telling you, they would not bat an eye to do it. We have the legislature. Yes, the legislature make all laws. We can, or we cannot, or we could not, or we should not, if we want to, pass the legislation as it is. We have that power to not pass it. But then again, the governor has the power not to assent to it. And he also, because it has to do with international matters, he himself can pass a legislation because it has to do with international matters. He himself can do it. He doesn't have to go back to the Secretary of State for that. We cannot afford to risk certain possibilities. That's one of them that we can't afford to risk. And I will say this again, I said it before. In the recent past, I've seen legislation come before this House, and this House, acting in accordance with the Constitution, fix those pieces of legislation. And if this is one of those pieces of legislation that we have to fix in accordance with the Constitution, I'm all for it. I'm all for it, Madam Speaker. But we have to be mindful that it has to be in accordance with the Constitution, not just for the sake of changing things. So I would agree and side with the Premier to bring this legislation before this House, and we will do whatever we have to do to it, mindful of our responsibilities and the international community's expectation of us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. Any member wish to debate? I recognize the leader of the opposition, Honorable Ronnie Skelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contributions to the Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Amendment Act 2025. Madam Speaker, the reason for this bill and act to amend the Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Act Revised Edition 2020 to address certain deficiencies identified in the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force Fourth Round Mutual Evaluation Report in relation to compliance with international standards on money laundering and terrorist financing and for related matters. Madam Speaker, I don't think we have a choice in not approving or not bringing this bill before the House for the House amendments and approval. Madam Speaker, all of these bills, all the bills that we've been dealing with so far, the customs, and the others to come, the drug trafficking, the merchant shipping, all of these things have some serious implications for law-abiding citizens if we're not careful. I know we say law-abiding citizens have nothing to worry about. But over the globe, Madam Speaker, you see law-abiding citizens being, put into jail, put into court, and then have to prove their innocence. These laws here are no different. What we need to do as a legislature is to try to make sure that the wording in these bills not water down what we know is a problem in our country. And I think this bill mostly address drug trafficking and the proceeds from drug trafficking. There's not, as you read through it, there are 5 or 6 orders that you could go to the court, and they're legal terms, and you go and you get one and you go do your investigation. One of the things, Madam Speaker, that 2 things really, is that I know we say it's the penalties move from 10 years to 25 years, and the fines move from $500,000 to $1 million all over. That's the standard that we're trying to achieve now. But Madam Speaker, 25 years, that there are regulations to say who gets 25 years. I know you deal with a major trafficker, yeah, put him in jail for life. And life is 25 years, no? So if you kill someone, you're in jail for 25 years. And he created major traffickers are killing people through the use of drugs. So they can spend 25 years. What happened to the other people, like what's happened in the United States? And you saw the news, and they go to where Trump had in one lady who was in jail for drugs. Is there a system that's going to be developed? Because a lot of people are going to get caught up in it. And a lot of them are going to be young people. And, you're going to get so fed up because what is happening, well, it hasn't happened for a little while now, where they were killing each other for their proceeds. So here it is, we are saying now that if you can't prove where you get your stuff from, how you build your house, how you buy your speedboat, how you buy your vehicles, then these laws apply. So it's important for those of us who are law-abiding citizens to keep our receipts when we buy our boats and our cars, and make sure that you do it the right way. Don't go seek a cash loan from somebody and then buy a car. You don't know where the money came from, so it will be confiscated. Unless, Madam Speaker, you make sure that you put that car or that boat in your lawyer's name, and then it's a little more difficult to get it based on the law. Madam Speaker, there is this bill called for the minister to bring this bill into force. The minister, clause 1, 2, this act shall come into force on such date as the minister may by notice published in the Gazette. And then in the document, this is a minister's responsibility, but there is deep in the document in many places where the governor make regulations, and it doesn't say the cabinet make regulations. It says the governor make regulations, and I know there probably a reason for that. But are we still living in those days where, in light of the COI and all kind of transparency and all kind of stuff, that we believe that one person nowadays should be doing this. I think those clauses needs to be looked at. Those regulations can't be made just by the governor. I know, I know you're going to come up with some reason why it has to be that way, but we need to test some of these stuff and change some of this stuff. This stuff doesn't make sense anymore, you know. Madam Speaker, my internet is going in and out. Yeah, it's dropping into my bag. Madam Speaker, the section, I spoke about it, about the fines, section clause 5, section 28 is amended, and 5 where you move the fines from $250,000 to $500,000, and instead of 2 years in jail, you're spending 10, up to 10 years in jail. And B, paragraph B, by deleting the words, the term of exceeding 14 years, or to a fine not exceeding $500,000, and replacing it with 25 years in jail and $1 million. Madam Speaker, when it comes wrong, serious people involved in these stuff, you know, the Escobars and the, what other one there? And El Chapo and them guys, yeah, I don't have no difficulties in that. But I could see young people getting caught up in spending the rest of the years in jail. And there's no, not like we have a rehabilitation system, we have a public library another public library, a library in the jail, where people can really help themselves to come off from a life of crime to back to be a normal citizen. And Madam Speaker, again, you know, when you're sick, you have an opportunity to read a lot of stuff. And there is this lawyer who was a bank robber. He spent 10 years in jail robbing banks, ended up studying law, and now he's teaching at Georgetown University as a law professor. So there is hope if we do the right things, because our young people will be caught up. And how do we get them, instead of sitting up there, how do we get them really productive? How do we get them to do the things that needs to be done to make them, you know, because we're gonna make mistakes. We all were 20 years, 22, and it seemed like yesterday for me. I don't know about Lana and Julian. You know, it seems like yesterday, but here we had today. You know, and we made mistakes. It so happened that some of these laws were not in place. We're not in drug laws, but you know, things young people do. Go on mango trees that don't belong to you and all that kind of stuff. Well, you know what I'm talking about. You know, so we could have ended up in there, and what will have happened to us? So we need to really start looking at developing, you know, major systems in the jail system. The British is not going to help you. Don't expect them to help you. They'll build a jail for you. But the activities that goes on in the jail needs some attention, so people can get the help they need. Madam Speaker, the regulations that I refer to in this document, where the governor will make regulations, I think let us don't just take that as face value and think that that's how it should be. That's how the governor is chair of the cabinet. Cabinet should be involved in making the regulations. If the cabinet is not involved, then we're making a terrible mistake. And again, in this document, I don't know which other way you can do it, but you seem to be giving the commissioner of police and anybody he approved in writing. And to me, this is a loophole to do what they're doing, where they bring in police officers. I think one of the Police Amendment Act, where you have to be a police officer in order to carry out police functions. I think there is a way here where the commissioner of police can assign either other police officers or individuals to carry out some of these functions. It is true that, sometimes you need real help from outside in order to combat some of this stuff, because it's not just here on our soil. It's all over, it stretches along the globe. So you're definitely going to need international help to fight some of this and to confiscate what needs to be confiscated. And there's a couple more points I want to make, Madam Speaker. Under clause 31G, clause 5, it says where a police officer or a custom officer applies for a production order or an order to grant entry, an application to discharge or vary the order need not be by the same police officer or customs officer. I get a little, it sounds simple when you read it, but to me it's a little deeper than that. And I thought immigration officer was also, law enforcement officers, but it's not listed here. But somewhere down and deep in the document, under the schedule, you see immigration officers, and so that part of it needs, in my mind, needs some explanation to me. And then you had and then under the civil, further provision, civil recovery, clause 3, says where the commissioner of police gives written authority for a police officer to accompany the person a warrant names, when executing it, and a warrant is issued, the authorized officer have the same powers under the warrant as the named person. Again, it sounds simple, but I see a bit of loophole which we probably need to talk about in the committee stage. Madam Speaker, the clauses, this amendment is very extensive, and it deals with, like I said, 5 production order, and they're repetitive, so a lot of the stuff. And they talk about changing the schedule. I wonder if I read so much of these things now, I wonder if changing the schedule. And I note, Madam Speaker, the objects and reasons of the bill. The move of the bill never read the objects and reasons of the bill. So I think the people out there are no wiser, because the objects and reasons are important, no? So, Madam Speaker, the bill, we have to pass this stuff in order to make ourselves look right in the international arena as it relates to financial services. And I just want to say again, Madam Speaker, the Financial Action Task Force, Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, is the one listed here. And when you talk to people in the financial services sector, and even past persons, the people who carry out the investigation was the IMF with finance. They were engaged by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force to carry out the investigation. Now, in light of all what was happening to us with the COI and all the other things that are happening to us, you know, the reports coming back to me from people in the financial services said they were extremely biased in some of the things that they were doing. You know, because this is beyond what is expected in all financial services sector from I've been here dealing with it from 1999. And there's no end to the amendments that is required to bring it international. Whenever we think that we move in places, there is a report saying we lacking in everything that we were doing. Madam Speaker, in our financial services sector is no joke around the globe. This thing creates billions and billions of dollars in economies around the globe. Even in England, you get reports where responsible for some $50 billion worth of assets and GDP and all kind of stuff in England itself. And over 130,000 people work there, depending on BVI financial services sector. So it's not a joke. It's, when you listen to some of the parliamentarians in England who really don't care about anything, in my mind, they will destroy 135,000 jobs in England just to make a point here. And I don't think, sensible people should allow that to happen. I know it's strange saying that in light of what's happening in the world, in America, it says that the world is a crazy place right now, So Madam Speaker, our financial services sector has always responded to the needs of the international community in terms of regulations, in terms of fighting what needs to be fought. And we should continue to do so. But we must not lose hope, Madam Speaker, lose faith that our first responsibility is to protect our people. We cannot just throw our people to the wolves. Eventually, it will come home and it will destroy generations to come. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I will take my seat.
Thank you. I recognize the member for the 6th District, Honorable Myron Walwyn.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the chance to say some words. I can't say brief because I do not believe I will be brief. I have some things to say, Madam Speaker, in relation to the bill before us. I want to start off, Madam Speaker, at the expense of being repetitive. What I said in the last sitting we had on Tuesday in relation to public education. This is the 3rd House of Assembly that I've been in. And I've been saying it at every House of Assembly that we must do a better job at educating the public on bills that we are passing on their behalf. None of us was sent here of our own volition. People voted for us to be here. And if we come into the House and we're going to be conducting and transacting business, particularly business that interferes, whether justified or not justified, privacy rights and different rights, it behooves us as a responsible body to find some mechanism to advise the public as to what it is they're doing. And I want to again raise that point so that whoever has the responsibility to do that, all of us perhaps have it individually, but there needs to be a more structured way, I believe, to advise people of the changes in particular that are happening in the country. Speaker, when you read through the bill, you recognize the obvious truth. The minister, the deputy premier spoke the obvious truth. And I think the leader of the opposition signaled it as well. But we don't have any choice in passing these bills. We have absolutely no choice. We are at a most difficult place in the history of the country. And as I said on the last occasion, even though we are so eager for political independence, Madam Speaker, I much prefer financial independence first, because within this bill shows, and even if, Madam Speaker, we get political independence, and you come with bills to the House that you have to for your very livelihood, you have to pass them. Your very sovereignty is being attacked by external forces because you really don't control nothing. We have to do this. The best that we can do as legislators is to make sure when we come into the House that the bill does not affect innocent people, and that even though people might be involved in criminal activity, they also have rights. And we must make sure that the rights even of criminal people, or people who may have done criminal activities, that those rights are protected, and it is for the prosecution to prove their case against the individuals. But we have to start to take the diversification of our economy more seriously, because it is inextricably linked to our independence and our sovereignty once we get there. Because if you have to keep moving and doing stuff all the time to protect something that you have no control over, then you're not really going to ever be independent. And so we have to figure out, go back and look at our agricultural industry, go back and look at our fishing industry, go back and look at other industries while we continue to see where financial services is going so we can stay ahead of the curve, because we still need that money. But we have to go out and find new monies. Look at the tourism industry. There are many opportunities that we continue to miss in that tourism industry. We are not maximizing our potential there, particularly when it comes to overnight visitors, particularly when it comes to investments and other things. We have to take a more proactive approach, because we have to learn to walk and chew gum at the same time. And we're not doing that here. We are busy trying to protect an industry that is important to us, yes. But at the same time, we're not doing anything to insulate ourselves from any losses that might come, at least not enough. And so I want to encourage us, those who have the authority now as a government, to start to think differently. We can't always be in this reactive mode. We have to also be proactive to see how we can insulate this country from any losses that will come. And some losses will come. But we have to figure out now how we're going to plug those holes so that our social services and the quality of life that our people have grown accustomed to, Madam Speaker, is not substantially affected. Madam Speaker, when I look at the bill, Section 3 of the bill that amends Section 16 of the substantive bill that deals with restraints and charging orders, Madam Speaker. It says in 3, Section 16 of the Principal Act is amended in subsection 1 by replacing paragraph A and substituting the following paragraphs. A, a criminal investigation has been started in the territory with regard to an offense, and there is a reasonable cause to believe that a person who is the subject of that investigation has benefited from that person's alleged criminal conduct. Now, that is one of the extended areas that qualifies for charging and restraint orders to be placed. Now, a restraint order is an order that has the effect of freezing your assets, and a charging order is one that is placed on a debtor's property. And then AA says, proceedings for an offense have been instituted against a person for any offense. I'm concerned about that second part. Proceedings for an offense have been instituted against a person for any offense. So that part takes you outside of the parameters of this bill. Because when you read the objects and reasons of the bill, in paragraph 1, it says the Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Act Bill 2025 seeks to amend the Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Act Revised Edition 2020, the Principal Act, to address deficiencies identified in the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force 4th Round Mutual Evaluation Report in relation to international standards and anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism. That is a parameter of the bill. So if that is a parameter of the bill, as the objects and reasons should indicate, then how you get to the point now where you're saying you want to place as restraint and charging orders on proceedings for an offense that have been instituted against a person for any offense? You're being disingenuous. Because any offense means any offense. So you go, you get yourself in trouble, let's say, pick any offense that is not a financial one. And all of a sudden now, you can now put a restraining and charging order on the person's property or whatever it is because they've committed any offense, when the very bill that we have here says that it's for anti-terrorism and money laundering. That can't be right. That has to be taken out of the bill. You're being disingenuous. And I've seen this, Madam Speaker, happen throughout the bills that we have brought here. You have some people around here who want to do things, choking all kind of thing, and they come and they say it's under mutual evaluation. And when you read the thing, that they don't be so. Yes, there are some things that we have to do. But since they bring the whole thing one time, people who have an objective, choking other things, and then try to tell people that it's because of mutual evaluation. This thing I don't know about mutual evaluation. The objects and reasons of the bill are not congruent with this section here, and it needs to be, Madam Speaker, removed. Then you look at section 4, that amends section 17. It says that section 17 of the Principal Act is amended by inserting after subsection 3 the following subsections. 3A, and again this deals with restraint orders in the primary legislation. Without prejudice to subsection 3, a restraint order may apply to all property suspected of being linked to money laundering, terrorist financing, or a predicate offense, including property held by third parties. Now, you see this word suspected? Completely subjective. Completely subjective. And we have to be careful, Madam Speaker, with these bills that affect your privacy rights. Because yes, you have the right to privacy in the Constitution. It is not an absolute right, it is a qualified right. But there are certain conditions under which it can be interfered with. It must be justifiable and it must be proportionate. And you're saying to me that you could get a restraint order on my property just because somebody who has authority suspect Shakespeare had said ambition must be made of sterner stuff. Suspicion must be of something greater than this. Suspects. I see you walk down the road yesterday, you had on a Nike, today you're wearing Gucci, and I suspect. And all of a sudden you have to get a restraint order on your property. That can't be right. So we have to fix that in the legislation. It has to be more, Madam Speaker, than just a suspicion to interfere with people's property and do what it is, Madam Speaker, you want to do. Then you go and you look at Section 28, or the amended Section 28, which is Section 5. I think the Leader of the Opposition spoke about it. And in paragraph A, by deleting a term not exceeding 2 years, or to a fine not exceeding $250,000. So that's what it was before. A term not exceeding 2 years and a fine not exceeding $250,000 if you breach this section. And now it's going to 10 years, not exceeding 10 years, or a fine not exceeding $500,000. And that's on summary conviction, the first part, because A is on summary conviction, B is indictable. Not exceeding 10 years and a fine not exceeding $500,000. Madam Speaker, you've had people here in this very court upstairs who have been charged and found guilty of manslaughter and get less time than this. People dead. People dead. I ain't supporting criminality, but you have to do the things the right way. The fine is excessive. And Madam Speaker, a fine must be fair and objective. And the object of the fines and imprisonment must be for deterrence and to remove whatever gain the person may have gotten from their criminal conduct. But you can't overdo it. And Madam Speaker, they're overdoing it here. The fines here are excessive. And then on indictment in B, the fine before was 14 years and not exceeding $500,000. And now the fine is not exceeding 25 years and not exceeding $1 million. Now somebody gonna say to me, when it says not exceeding, that don't mean nothing. The upper limit is too high, in my opinion. So the discretion that the judge will have needs to be curtailed in the legislation for it to be fair. And the same is the case, Madam Speaker, in Section 6. And the same is the case, Madam Speaker, in Section 8. Now we go to production orders, Madam Speaker, which is 31 big A. And it says, notwithstanding Section 36, a judge or a magistrate in chambers may, on application by a police officer, make a production order if that judge or magistrate is satisfied that each of the requirements for making the order is fulfilled. Now, Madam Speaker, because production orders are as invasive as they are, affecting privacy rights, I believe that this should be handled at the highest level. It should be a High Court judge. That is my view. And it is no taking away anything from magistrates in terms of their competency. It's not a competency issue. It is because of how important the issue is dealing with matters that are of a constitutional nature, because you're breaching privacy rights really, albeit justifiable. It should be handled, Madam Speaker, in my view, at the level of a High Court judge and not have the option of going, Madam Speaker, to a magistrate. Now, the application, Madam Speaker, are typically made without notice. They're ex parte applications. And so, Madam Speaker, this is where my concern resides, because the application is ex parte. And it really has to be ex parte, because you don't want the person to do certain things and remove certain things and so on, so that the production order doesn't have any effect. So it really has to be ex parte. But the problem is, Madam Speaker, the problem is, and we have to be truthful here to fix some things in the BVI, the police is not always very truthful. That is the reality of what we are dealing with in the BVI. And it might be in other countries. I ain't live nowhere else, I live here. But we have not always seen the police conduct, and there's some good police officers, don't get me wrong. But there have been situations where the police have not always handled things in the best way. I remember, for instance, in one of the last debates that we did, when we were looking at the cybercrime bill, you saw where the warrant said one thing to the police, and the police went to do something totally different from what was said in the warrant to them. They went completely outside the ambit of the warrant, and the things that they took up were not even incidental to the issue or the charge or the offense that they said the person committed. And now you're going to have them making ex parte applications, Madam Speaker, that affect the privacy rights of people through production orders. And so, Madam Speaker, there is what you call a duty of candor that the officer must have. He must have a duty of candor, meaning that he must be upfront, he must be honest, he must be fair, he must be balanced when he's going to this judge to say why he needs this production order. And so, because of the invasive nature of it, because of that duty of candor, and candor comes with maturity, removing emotions and your feelings about the individual, and go forward to the magistrate, to the judge in this instance, because I'm suggesting it be a High Court judge, and give a balanced view, Madam Speaker. And because I have that opinion, I believe that it cannot just be any police officer. You can't just have a constable who just come with a last shower of rain and say he's going to get production order for people. No. You have to be at a certain level. It has to be a senior officer of an inspector or above. It can't be not anybody who just come lately and then say they're going to get production order. No. Because it requires a duty of candor, and candor comes, Madam Speaker, with a certain level of maturity and a certain level of experience. And then when you go to 31B, again, another cosmetic change with judge or magistrate, Madam Speaker, that I think needs to happen. And throughout the document, I'm suggesting that where you see judge or magistrate, or even where you see a court, because in certain parts of it, it says a court, that you replace that and put a judge, a High Court judge, Madam Speaker, in my opinion. Then you go to 31C. It says, and this appears in other parts of the document as well, where a judge or magistrate makes a production order requiring a person to give an appropriate officer access to material on any premises, the judge or magistrate may an application, blah, 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 blah. Again, appropriate officer. I have not seen, Madam Speaker, and perhaps I missed it. And if I missed it, I apologize profusely for that. But I have not seen where appropriate officer is defined either in the substantive act or in the proposed amendment. So it is used in a lot of things interchangeably. So in one hand, you see police officer, and in a certain part, you see police officer and customs officer. I think it might be wise to define what you mean by an appropriate officer somewhere. I have not seen it. If it exists, I apologize, but I don't think, Madam Speaker, that I've seen it anywhere listed throughout the document. I am pleased to see, Madam Speaker, that even though, yes, it should be known that it's here, that production orders confer no right to privileged material. If you have material that is the subject of legal professional privilege, then a production order doesn't have any effect, Madam Speaker, on those things. But then when you go to 31E, computer information, it says this section applies if any of the materials specified in an application for a production order consists of information contained in a computer. It goes on to say 2, where a production order is an order requiring a person to produce the material to an appropriate officer for that appropriate officer to take away, it has effect as an order to produce the material in a form in which it can be taken away by that appropriate officer and in which it is visible and legible. Now, we made some changes to the Computer Misuse Act. So I'm talking about your phone now too. So a production order extends also to information you have on your phone. And when the police come and he say you have a production order and he walk with his little, what do you call them? The external drive or the little disk. And he put it, that's what that section is saying. You put it in your computer, the drop drive, and you take up your little information and he gone with it. So I want people to know that these are some of the very serious changes, Madam Speaker, that are taking place before our very eyes with this legislation. And then 31F goes on to government entities. So the government is not exempt. Government departments are not exempt. A production order may be made in relation to material in the possession or control of a government entity. So what they will do, they go and they say we have a production order and they give it to whoever they want to give it to, and the other things in terms of the person being required, Madam Speaker, to comply with it. It says under 31F2, an order made in accordance with subsection 1 may require any officer of the entity, whether named in the order or not, who may, from the time being, be in possession or control of the material to comply with it, and such order shall be served as if the proceedings were civil proceedings against the entity. So what this is saying, you want some information from the Ministry of Finance. They're not saying you have to go to the Financial Secretary. If the information, the Financial Secretary may have the information, but they may have other people inside there who have the information too. So you go and you serve the production order on that person, whether they are named in the order or not, and then they have to produce the information. And then where an order contains such a requirement, the person on whom it is served shall take all reasonable steps to bring it to the attention of the officer concerned, and B, any other officer of the entity who is in receipt of the order shall also take steps to bring it to the attention of the officer concerned. Where the order is not brought to the attention of the officer concerned within the period specified in the date, the period stated in the order, the person on whom it is served shall report the reasons for the failure to the judge or the magistrate that issue the order. For the purposes of this act, a government entity includes a ministry, department or division of ministry, a local authority, a statutory body established for public purpose, whether incorporated or not, and which is owned or controlled by the government, and D, any other body prescribed by regulations made under Section 41 to be a public body for the purposes of this act. What are statutory bodies now? I'm trying to understand that because look at the definition of statutory bodies changing in the BVI. My understanding of a statutory body, it is especially if it is incorporated, it has its own legal personality. It is separate and distinct from government. It has its own directors, and so on and so on. Yes, the connection is the government is the shareholder through the financial secretary. But as far as it goes legally, it's a legal person. And we keep bringing these laws in here all the time to go into the statutory corp. We have to stop it. We have to stop it. Or else then don't have a statutory body then. What is statutory for? If anybody could just come and pass a law and go in and go in, so you want to tell me you could just get a production order, go in, up Port Authority and act the same way as if you go in the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Finance? It cannot be. It's a separate and legal personality. You can't do that. We have to stop doing that. So I want to make sure that, Madam Speaker, I don't open my mouth in here. It look like when the bill then get controversial, some people get frightened when the camera go off. You hear them, broop, 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 broop. When the camera come on, they can't say nothing because of who listening. What I say in front of your face, I am the person who say it behind your back. That is the kind of person I am. This should not be happening. And we have to make sure in this bill that it does not happen. And then, Madam Speaker, because I think in the UK they have what? The Crown Proceedings Act that states what authorized government bodies are. And that is as far as we should go. Look at what authorized government bodies are by whatever legislation we have and stick by that. But you should not be able, Madam Speaker, to go into a statutory corporation and do as you like as if you're going down to a government ministry proper. It is just wrong. And then it says 31G deals with supplementary production orders and orders to grant entry. And it says an application for a production order or an order to grant entry may be made ex parte to a judge or magistrate in chambers. Again, Madam Speaker, I've raised my concern on the judge or magistrate situation. I believe it should be a High Court judge, and that should be consistent. That is my view, of course, throughout the whole bill. 2, provision may be made by rules of the court for practice and procedure to be followed in connection with proceedings relating to production orders and orders to grant entry. I think that should be a shall and not a may. Because you're interfering with people's privacy rights, I think that those rules of the court for practice and procedure should be put in place. And they should be put in place for the benefit of the prosecution and also for the benefit of the persons who the production orders are being placed on. Because there is really no other way for them to know whether you are doing your job properly or not if the practice and procedures are not in place. It should be there before the bill comes into effect. 3, an application to discharge or vary a production order or an order to grant entry may be made to the court by the person who applies for the order or the person affected by the order. An application to vary or discharge a production order or an order to grant entry may be made by the person who applied for the order, meaning the appropriate officer once defined, or any person affected by the order, which could be the person who is the subject of the order. Now, Madam Speaker, the person who is the subject of the order could make an application, or more than likely be the person who would make an application for the order to be discharged. Correct? The bill doesn't say what happens in the intervening period. Let's say a production order comes to me. I am not in support of it. Or if I go right away to the court to try to ask for it to be discharged, is there a stay on the production order during that time until the court makes a determination? Because then, if there's not a stay on the production order, then by time everything done, even if the production order is wrong and all the rest of it, you don't get information from the person before they got a chance to be able to ask for the order to be discharged. So I think we have to give some thought there as to how that happens. If an application is made in relation, an emergency application in this instance, is made in relation to the production order, is there a stay on the production order until the termination of that? That is something that it's a difficult topic because there are a lot of moving parts in that kind of situation, because during that time, even when if there's a stay on it, the person could do away with the stuff that they're trying to get the production order for. So there are a lot of moving parts, but you still have to deal with it, Madam Speaker, because inevitably it will happen. And then it says as well that, and I'll read it again for the second point, an application to discharge or vary a production order, or an order to grant entry may be made by the court by the person who applied for the order or the person affected by the order. So let's say, for instance, you have a police officer who was the one that applied for the order from the court. As the bill stands right now, let's say an inspector was the one who applied for the order. The way this is written now, a constable could go and ask for it to be disapplied, you know. The person who applied for the order, who will disapply the order, should be of the same rank. You can't have nobody of no lower rank coming. And the way this is written here now, if an inspector does it, a regular police officer who just come with the last shower of rain could go in and ask for the order to be removed, the way this is written. So we have to make sure that the officers are of the same description and of the same rank. I think it's important enough, Madam Speaker, to say that. There are some other cosmetic things, Madam Speaker, throughout the documents and the various orders that need to be changed. But I'll move on to 31L that deals with disclosure orders. And a disclosure order, Madam Speaker, is an order authorizing the Director of Public Prosecution to give any person the Director of Public Prosecution considers has relevant information, notice in writing requiring that person to do with respect to any matter relevant to the investigation for the purposes of which the order is sought on any or all of the following. A, answer questions either at a time specified in the notice or at a time at a place so specified. Provide information specified in the notice by a time and in a manner so specified. And C, produce documents or documents of a description specified in the notice, either at a time or by a time specified or at once and in a manner so specified. And a disclosure order, Madam Speaker, is an order requesting or authorizing a request for information with which the recipient is obliged to comply. So the DPP believe that you have information that is in relation to money laundering and so on, and the objects of the bill, in relation to somebody. Let's say, for instance, you're fronting for somebody or doing something you're on a call to do. She then comes and then she asks for a disclosure order asking you to provide certain information. And the disclosure order shall state the person specified in the application is subject to a confiscation investigation, meaning they're going to take back your property and thing. And the order is sought for the purposes of the investigation. And B, the property specified in the application is subject to civil recovery. But the troubling part to me, Madam Speaker, is in 31L5, or I should say the most troubling part. For the purposes of this part, relevant information, because relevant information is listed in 2 above, is information whether or not contained in a document which the Director of Public Prosecution considers to be relevant to the investigation. So a disclosure order is the order authorizing the DPP to give any person that he or she considers has relevant information. So they come to you, they think that you have information that you can give them in relation to an investigation. And it says here in relevant information is information whether or not contained in a document which the Director of Public Prosecution considers to be relevant to the investigation. So in other words, the DPP don't have to have no documentary evidence he or she is alleging may have occurred, whether or not contained in a document. It could just be in his or her head. All of a sudden, they go sleep last night. They get a dream that Thomas have information you could disclose in relation to so and so and so. And she don't have to provide, or she don't have to provide no kind of documentation. She going to get it, he or she going to get a disclosure order? That can't be right. There has to be a higher threshold. In order for you to try to apply for that disclosure order, you need to have more than just a suspicion, more than just a thought in your head. And it has to be reasonable. And the reasonableness is bolstered by documentation to show that this is in fact the case. Because when you're making these orders are made ex parte. The other person is not there. So you now go in and you could tell the judge whatever you want because the other person in there. You got the stuff in your head and you got to produce nothing and you could get a disclosure order. I don't think that is what we want. Madam Speaker, that can't be right at all. So we have to fix that. And there are a number of other areas. We're going to be here for days, Madam Speaker. Because I mark up this thing is days we're going to be here for. Because we can't have these kind of things happening. Everybody has rights. And Madam Speaker, when you hear me talk about rights in here, it's an area of law that I enjoyed studying. When I had my free time, I used to do work for Amnesty International. You know that body, Madam Speaker. So I could spot the thing them from a distance because I used to go. And everybody has rights, including criminals. So we got to make sure, Madam Speaker, that we do the right thing. And then you go to 31B. Disclosure orders confer no rights to privileged information, which I'm happy for. But look at this, 31B, Madam Speaker. P, 1. A disclosure order shall not confer the right to require a person to answer any privileged question, provide any privileged information, or produce any privileged document. But this is the kicker. Except that a legal practitioner may be required to provide the name and address of a client of that practitioner. You can come ask me for my client. No, you're going on a slippery slope. You are going down a slippery slope, and you well know you're going on a slippery slope when you come in to come ask me as a lawyer to give you the name and address of my client. I can't remember you're drunk. You ain't getting that from me. And to show you how they take liberty with us, I believe, Madam Speaker, that they believe that this House of Assembly is full of mumu, that we don't read nothing. Because whenever I come with the bill of resource, and when you go, follow me, the lawyer them down there, right down there, who draft this. Check Section 395 of the Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Act in the UK. You all use the same provision, but you tack on that last part because that is not in 395 of the Act in the UK. That was tack on in here. Check it and tell me I'm wrong. That is not in the Act. A lot of these provisions were lifted verbatim from the Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Act in the UK, and there's nothing wrong with that. The Act don't exist already. You ain't got to go reinvent it. But don't go tack on other things in there, man. And you thought you're going to tack it on and nobody here ain't going to find it. Don't come to me with them kind of thing. You got to read the thing then. That last part needs to come off because it's not even in the Act in the UK. So you can ask lawyer to go tell you where them client is. Which lawyer going to do that? What client? Me and a client? What are you talking about? No. If it's legal professional privilege, it's legal professional privilege. We're going on a slippery slope, Madam Speaker. And then look at 31R. And this is where we're getting into some really murky waters, Madam Speaker. Customer information orders. This is the one that got me more concerned. A court, and again I mentioned the fact that we have to define what we mean by court here. Again, I'm suggesting it be a high court judge, right? Because a court could be a court, any court, magistrate court, high court. We have to be very specific with what it is. May, on an application made to that court, by an appropriate officer, again, I want to see a definition of appropriate officer, we'll have to deal with that in committee stage, make a customer information order if that court is satisfied that each of the requirements set out in subsection 3 for making an order is fulfilled. And this is for the benefit of the people who work in the banks. A customer information order is an order that a financial institution covered by the application for the order shall, on being required to do so by notice in writing given by an appropriate officer, provide any such information as it has relating to the person specified in the application. In other words, they suspect you're involved in something you're on a call to be in, and they then get a customer information order. They go down to the bank and then get all your information. Bank account, information, number, who on the account, whether jointly or you alone. And once they get all of that, you see how much money you have there, the little penny here in your account, remember whatever they have on the bank, and all your business gone. Customer information orders, Madam Speaker. Going on a slippery slope in this country. And then the application for customer information order may specify all financial institutions, so that you might have one bank, you might have a little money at Banco, but they may take no chance. They might have some snatch away there at Republic and things, so they put the order and they put all of them. So they serve it on all of them and they get all that money out of your business there. A particular description of the financial institutions, or a particular financial institution or particular financial institution. So they could pick and choose, Madam Speaker, what it is they intend to do. And then 35S tells what they mean by customer information. And it says it relates to the account number or numbers, the person's full name, a date of birth, the most recent address and previous address, the dates on which that person began to hold the account or accounts, such evidence of that person's identity was obtained, the full name, date of birth, and most recent address, and any previous address of any person who holds or has held an account at the financial institution jointly with that person, and the account number of any other persons who are signatories to the account, and so on. And they split it up into whether you have a business or it is your own thing. There are different requirements based, Madam Speaker, on that. And that is why I'm saying when we pass in these bills, that it is most important, Madam Speaker, that the educational component is in there. Because you may have people who are doing legitimate business. All it requires is a suspicion by somebody that you're doing something you're on a call to do, and bam, goes your privacy rights. They just get a customer service, a customer information order. They go down to the bank and get all of your information. And that's why it has to be more than suspicion, because a lot of things, Madam Speaker, can be open to abuse. And people who have power, very often, if it's not checked, they abuse the power. Somebody could just go on a simple fishing expedition if the bar is too low. You just want to see somebody's business and you come up with some story you make up in your mind, and you go on to a judge and you get a customer information order, and you go on to the bank with this, getting all our people belly. And we want that in our country. We got our job, even though we can't stop the law, we got to put the right safeguards in place so that the law gets the people it needs to get. But you don't get a chance to cast and let fire out, and then you pick out who you want to pick out and throw back the rest. No, you target. Let us try our best when we get in the committee stage to make the bill as targeted as possible to where it needs to go, so that innocent people, as the leader of the opposition said, do not, Madam Speaker, get caught up in this sort of matter. And again, there's some other cosmetic things, because a number of the things are repetitive in nature, Madam Speaker, based on the various orders and so on. And then, of course, the last section deals with overseas evidence and the effects that this will have in terms of getting overseas evidence information. But, Madam Speaker, A lot is happening in BVI. The country is changing rapidly before our eyes. A lot of our privacy rights in some of these bills and the ones that will come after are being affected. And our people need to know what is taking place on their behalf. Now, Speaker, I was listening to a conversation. I don't know if the member for the 8th was in my head. But yesterday when I was reading that bill, I was reminded of how it was a long time ago, and he said it this morning, because the history is the same for all of us. You see this little country, BVI, Madam Speaker? We have done a lot in a short space of time. We have come an extremely long way as a people. We have. Sometimes we get hard on ourselves. We think that when people highlight the bad things with our country, that it's only us in the world that those bad things happen. Those bad things happen everywhere in the world. And we have to stop beating up ourselves and thinking that we're worse than anybody else. That is what they want us to think. And we have to resist that level of thinking with every fiber of our being. When some of them come here, and I don't mean it in a bad way, and they see how the people of the BVI live, it burned them. It burned them. And they believe that everybody who have anything, if you have 2 houses, 3 houses, that you're involved in some sort of illicit activity. That is their posture. I've witnessed it. I've dealt with it. But you all would recall, those of you who have houses, you probably get a piece of land from your grandfather, somebody leave a piece of land for you. So you start off with that land. Yes? You start off with the land. Then you ain't got a land. You see the point I'm making? So I must call a name, but when you up here, you ain't calling a name. Set us scared. People come represent people. Can't open my mouth, but I want people to talk for. I talk for District 6 people now. I sing for our own supper. But I have a point to make. It is a reality. And when you get a piece of land, somebody got a backhoe and come cut the foundation for you. You gotta give you a little something for gas. If it's a family member, he ain't gonna charge you much. He said, give me a little thing to buy a little rum. Foundation cut out, bam, bam, bam. You come back, couple Saturdays, you say I'm gonna put down the cistern. I see it in my own family home in Sikaubai. My father was building property down there. My mother come out, she cooked the sauce. Had the sauce and the potato salad and thing there. And you have to have the rum. If you don't have no rum, no shovel you moving, you better have that rum there. Anyhow that rum done, the work done. And some shafer, you gotta have a shafer too. They were like 50 cents them times. And you gotta have that rum. And a little coke and a little thing to go with it. And the man them is so them drinking, so them drop blocks like nothing. And all of a sudden your house built with a fraction of the cost. And you go as far as you could go with the little money you have. And when you catch your hand, you build on another piece. You build on another piece. You build on another piece. And then them come in on the boat from St. Thomas, when they come from, and then look up on the hill and them see all these houses up there. They may know how you get a house in there. And all of a sudden you're involved in all kind of things without understanding the history of how things have happened in the country. And even the modern day equation now, Madam Speaker, where, you know, why just describe don't happen as much as it used to happen anymore, but it happens in certain circles. But now you'll go to the bank, you get the land again, you go to the bank with the land, they get a loan. You might say you get a little loan to do the first part. You do the first part, you live in it, take yourself out of rent. You bill upstairs. You have people coming in for financial services and other areas, and you rent downstairs, and you live upstairs. And sometimes you're so lucky that the downstairs pay for the whole house, depending on how it is and how nice it is. Or at least it meet you halfway with the mortgage, so you got to put on a little half. So you still save on the rent money anyhow, because somebody helping you pay your mortgage. That is what it is. What happens here. Yes, you have people who do things that they have no call doing, and you have to deal with them. But the majority of people follow that model I've just said to you. So when you see people have what they have, and you got to go back to a little apartment building, you can walk from one end to the next in 7 seconds, and you vex with us because we have a big house. You understand how the house get here? Everybody is not dishonest. And so we keep coming with all of these bills thinking that anybody in BVI who have anything is thief it. They're involved in drugs, they're involved in money. I detest that, man. I repudiate that. I repudiate that, and all of us should repudiate it. Because by and large, the BVI people are law-abiding people. You have a few who do strictness, you got to deal with them, yes? And fix the laws to deal with people who do stupidness, not to catch up other decent people in foolishness because you have a suspicion and you know where they get from. You know what people get. I want money to tell me, you know. Don't jealous nobody with nothing, because you know how them get it. Anyway, Madam Speaker, that is my point. Those are my points on the bill. That last part, there was a little history lesson. You get that as a bonus, just to remind you of certain things. But Madam Speaker, I hope in the committee stage we can go through the bill a bit more, because there are another number of other concerns I have, but I'm also cognizant that other people have to speak as well on the bill, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Any other member wish to debate? I call on the Premier to wrap up. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss? Yes, I recognize the Junior Minister for Culture, Honorable Luce Hodge-Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to give a very brief contribution on this particular bill, Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Amendment Bill 2024-25. Madam Speaker, this bill, of course, is that we're debating now, and we're about to go into committee stage and have its final reading and in its passage. Of course, is not a new bill, as the Principal Act was first established in 1997, and it has had several amendments over the years. From 1997, and then there were amendments in 2001, 2003, 2006, 2008, 2010, 2012, 2017, and the more recent in 2020. To me, that indicates the importance of this particular bill or this particular act and the significance to our community in terms of financial crimes. And over the years, when we look at the amendments to the Principal Act of 1997 and its amendments over the years, it, to me, means that the territory takes this subject very, very serious. For us to make the changes that are necessary as time go by and the need for the amendments to be made according to the situation over the years. And we're here today, again, amending that particular act that was first established in 1997. And again, we are recognizing the need to come to this Honorable House to address new issues that are approaching us today. And we've heard, as we are now debating and we are addressing the recommendations coming out of the mutual evaluation report, and we heard from our speakers prior this morning that it is a necessity, it is something that we have to do, and there are some things in the bill, yes, that we have to address to ensure that we safeguard the rights of our people, that our people are not unjustly avoiding of their rights when we come to these bills that we have to pass because of what is required of us to protect one of the two economic pillars in our territory, the one being financial services. And we've heard over the years, and we continue to hear it and we continue to say it, that we will do all that it takes to protect our financial services industry. Sometimes we come to this house, even when my being the first time here, and before, former House of Assembly or legislators have come to the house and just pass these bills to protect and safeguard our industry. And we've often said that, whenever the goalpost is moved, we just meet the goalpost. And then when we meet it, it's moved again, we meet it, it's moved again, and it continuously going. And we spend long hours, and justifiably so, as I said, to protect our industry. Because it is vital to our economy. It is vital to the quality of our lives here in the Virgin Islands. So to recognize that we need to come before the House again today and amend this Principal Act, and it's a very long one, and it means that it's a very serious one. It's not a short bill that we're going to be dealing with. It's actually close to 20-something pages, over 20-something pages, and 6 divisions that we will be going into in committee stage and discuss. But the law is the law. And the fact of the matter is that we are to abide by the law. And the benefit of this law and the amendments to the Principal Act over the years is that it allows authorities to demonstrate that crime simply does not pay. So we're looking at proceeds of criminal conduct, and we just want to demonstrate and show to the public, to gain the public's trust in the justice system and to reinforce their trust in the justice system when it comes to this particular topic. Now, we heard also that because of the mutual evaluation report, it highlighted some deficiencies in our laws when it comes to the various areas coming out of the report. And I think there were some 40 recommendations coming out of the report that we have to deal with. And we're not finished yet. Even after this bill that we're now dealing with, there are others that pertain or relate to them coming out of the mutual evaluation report. So we talk about deficiencies, but we're not really highlighting some of those deficiencies. So I'd just like to highlight the ones that pertain to this particular topic of proceeds of criminal conduct. And there are 3 deficiencies highlighted in this. So just briefly, I will summarize, Madam Speaker, if you allow me to read. The first one is, the first deficiency is that there are inconsistencies between penalties provided for by the Drug Traffic Offense Act and the Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Act, and legal issues resulting from the existence of the 2 different legal bases for the prosecution of money laundering, depending on whether the predicate offense is drug trafficking or another predicate offense. So basically it's saying sanctions are neither dissuasive nor proportionate to the threat, in particular laundering the proceeds of drug trafficking. So again, another one is highlighting the definition of a serious crime from the Paloma Convention. A serious crime is defined as an offense punishable by more than 4 years imprisonment. And it's saying that since the Virgin Islands only prosecutes non-drug related money laundering on summary conviction, it does not consider it as a serious offense. Again, this is a deficiency that's highlighted why we're bringing this bill today, to correct these deficiencies. And again, very briefly, the third one is, and I just summarize it, just briefly say, the laws of the Virgin Islands do not provide measures to avoid actions that can prejudice the country's ability to freeze, seize, or recover property subject to confiscation, although a restraint order will apply to all realizable property held by any specified person, including a third party, even after the property has been transferred after the issue of the order. Just briefly, those are the three deficiencies coming out of the mutual evaluation report that we are here today trying to address through this bill to satisfy our responsibilities coming out of the report. Now, Madam Speaker, this particular bill highlights 6 divisions, and the divisions were talked about very briefly earlier from our previous speakers, but I just want to highlight again the sections. Division 1 talks about production order, and production orders 31A, clause 31A1, notwithstanding section 36, a judge or magistrate in chambers may, on an application by a police officer, make a production order if that judge or magistrate is satisfied that each of the requirements for the making of the order is fulfilled. And I believe Honorable Myron Walvin mentioned a bit about the production orders. And for the purpose of this act, a production order is an order either A, requiring the person whom the application for the order specifies as appearing to be in possession or control of, I lost my page, of material to produce the material to an appropriate officer for that person or take away. Let me say that again, Madam Speaker. Yes, okay. So for the purpose of this part, a production order is an order either A, requiring the person whom the application for the order specifies as appearing to be in possession or control of the material, produce the material to an appropriate officer for that person to take away, or B, requiring that person to give an appropriate officer access to the material within the period stated in the order. So in other words, you are to produce whatever it is that you are, the item or the object, it's a production order, you have to hand it over. But I stand corrected, as it may appear to be a tongue twister and a mind-boggling, some of these particular legal terms of which I am not as savvy as. And then it goes on in this particular division, requirements for making a production order. Section 31B, the judge or magistrate, in order to grant a production order, shall be satisfied that A, there are reasonable grounds for suspecting that Roman numeral I, in the case of a confiscation investigation, the person whom the application for the order specifies as being subject to the investigation has benefited from that person's criminal conduct. And as mentioned before, the word suspect, grounds for suspecting, I am also concerned that suspecting someone of a crime does not, in my view, sit well, and I think we need to have solid evidence in order for you to confiscate person's property, etc. So I'm also of the view that this will also have to be addressed more seriously when we get into cabinet stage, in committee stage, that is. Division 2, search and seizure warrants. Search and seizure warrants, section 31H1, notwithstanding any other provisions of this act or any other enactment, the court may, on an application made to it by a police officer, issue a search and seizure warrant under this section if the court is satisfied that either of the requirements of the issuing of the warrant set out in subsection 3 is fulfilled. 2, for the purposes of this section, a search and seizure warrant is a warrant authorizing an appropriate person to A, to enter and search the premises specified in the application for the warrant, and B, to seize and retain any material found there which is likely to be of substantial value, whether or not by itself, to the investigation for the purposes of which the application is made. So in Division 2 deals with search and seizure warrants, and it specifies how those warrants will be executed. And then Division 3, disclosure orders. Disclosure orders 31L. 1, the court may, on an application made to the court by the Director of Public Prosecutions, make a disclosure order if the court is satisfied that each of the requirements set out in Section 31M B for the making of the order is fulfilled. And 2, a disclosure order is an order authorizing the Director of Prosecutions to give to any person the Director of Public Prosecutions considers has relevant information notice in writing, requiring that person to do with respect to any matter relevant to the investigation for the purposes of which the order is sought. Any or all of the following: A, answer questions either at a time specified in the notice or at once, at a place to so specified. B, provide information specified in the notice by a time and a manner so specified. Or C, produce documents or documents of description specified in the notice either at or by a time so specified at once and in a manner so specified. So again, the bill highlights what should be done, what should not be done, and I won't go into all of the other sections in particular, but I just wanted to highlight those. Section 4 or Division 4 deals with customer information orders. Division 5 deals with account monitoring orders. I think this one is of interest to me, the account monitoring orders. It means going into your account, and Division 6 deals with evidence overseas, meaning that cooperation between authorities overseas to get the evidence that needs to be collected even when you're traveling overseas and you conduct criminal activities. But the account monitoring, Division 5 account monitoring orders, Section 31Y, Clause 31Y1, a court may, on an application made to the court by a police officer, an officer of the agency, or such other appropriate officer, make an account monitoring order if that court is satisfied that each of the requirements set out in subsection 3 for the making of the order is fulfilled. An account monitoring order is an order that the financial institution specified in the application for the order shall, for the period stated in the order, provide account information of the description specified in the order to an appropriate officer in the manner and by the time or times stated in the order. In other words, your bank accounts can be monitored by order. So, Madam Speaker, yes, there is good in safeguarding or having these laws to protect the integrity of our financial services sector, and also to protect our citizens from criminal activities. Recognizing the importance of these amendments that we will be going through today, we also have to find a balance to ensure that the rights of our people are not disenfranchised. So it's a balance that we have to have. Doing right for the overall territory, ensuring that we meet the recommendations as outlined in the mutual evaluation report, but also at the same time, protecting our citizens where we feel that maybe some of these recommendations or the information that's in this bill that we're being asked to pass, recognizing that we may have to make some changes in the committee stage to find that balance between protecting our citizens and protecting our industry. With those words said, Madam Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable. Any other member before I ask the AG? I know there are a few other members. The AG has also indicated she wished to speak. So before I move to the AG, any other member? All right, Honorable Attorney General Don Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would just like to address 3 points, two of which are reflections. Firstly, why are we here at all? Secondly, why are we here today? And thirdly, Madam Speaker, to touch briefly on what the bill intends to do and how it will operate in practice. So, Madam Speaker, why are we here at all? Just after my 12th birthday, and I must have been informed 2 in high school or thereabouts, the then Minister of Finance introduced a bill in this Honorable House. That bill later became the International Business Companies Ordinance. On its feet, Madam Speaker, history records that the Honorable Minister of Finance at the time said as follows: the new law is needed to help redress the balance and to assist in diversifying the economic base of the territory by encouraging the further expansion of the financial sector. I do not pretend at this stage to be able to give the House a precise forecast of the number of international companies which are likely to be attracted to register in the British Virgin Islands as a result of this new legislation. Equally, it is not possible now for me to estimate the additional company fee revenue which will accrue from the new law. There is much yet to be done before such forecasts can be realistically given, and no one should forget that this territory is in direct competition with others. He goes on to say, Madam Speaker, it is my belief that the use of the International Business Companies Ordinance will increase over the years as its advantages become widely known. There is little doubt, however, that if this is to be achieved, those concerned in the private sector will need to continue to be imaginative, ever alert to the new opportunities, and to be able to retain the confidence of their clients in this territory from which they are permitted to operate. For the government's part, he said, Madam Speaker, there are 3 clear needs. First, sustained continuity of policy. Second, flexibility of reaction to changing circumstances. And third, administrative efficiency and responsiveness. Fast forward 41 years. The International Monetary Fund in the report that it authored on behalf of the CFATF for the fourth round mutual evaluation of the Virgin Islands, had this to say on page 22, paragraph 50. The Virgin Islands today is one of the world's leading corporate and financial centers with the US dollar as the official currency. The Virgin Islands is classified by the World Bank as a high-income country. Its GDP grew from $1.30 billion in 2019 to $1.39 billion in 2022. To make a long story short, Madam Speaker, and by any measure, we made it. That is why we are here at all. And why are we here today? We are here today, Madam Speaker, because we do not give up. We have worked hard to build and maintain this industry and its stellar reputation. The same mutual evaluation report, Madam Speaker, speaks about the impact of Hurricanes Irma, Maria, and the COVID-19 pandemic. It says that during the period under review, the Virgin Islands has faced external challenges beyond their control that have negatively impacted the country's ability to effectively implement the FATF standards. And it says that the authority's activities over this period of time should therefore be viewed in the context of extreme challenges in maintaining government services, severely competing financial priorities, and devastated infrastructure, which impacted both the legislative agenda as well as the effectiveness of governmental authorities under all 11 immediate outcomes. To make another long story short, Madam Speaker, we did not do so well on the assessment of our activities during the relevant period. And while we did very well on technical compliance, we were rated low on 7 out of 11 immediate outcomes. This is a matter of public record, Madam Speaker, and I'm not telling any tales out of school. As a result of those ratings, we were given 64 recommended actions, ranging from legislative amendments and policy and strategy development to the engagement of our various agencies in a more robust demonstration of our work to combat money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing through capacity building and other measures. This is where, Madam Speaker, the consistency of policy that the then Minister of Finance spoke about in 1984 comes in. This continuity of policy is encapsulated in the words of the now retired but very well-known former Managing Director of the Financial Services Commission. In one of his masterful speeches, The Urgency of Now, delivered on the 28th of May 2014, Dr. Robert Mathavius had this to say: "The BVI remains fully committed to working with the international community to fight transnational crime. Like any other responsive and reputable international financial center, we must all recognize that the BVI and BVI corporate structures are vulnerable to being used as conduits for illicit flows. That the BVI is not for everyone and therefore will not and must not provide safe harbor for the good, the bad, and the ugly. That is why we have painstakingly and proactively managed this risk by instilling robust, fit-for-purpose AML CFT and international cooperation regimes. In all my years, Madam Speaker, I have known this to be the government's sustained and consistent policy concerning the financial services sector. It is against this background, Madam Speaker, that I support the Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Amendment Bill 2025 to strengthen the Virgin Islands' ability to combat money laundering and terrorist financing, as well as proliferation financing. The bill itself introduces a suite of investigative tools while maintaining safeguards for civil liberties. The new investigative framework has 6 distinct components: production orders, search and seizure warrants, account monitoring orders, disclosure orders, customer information orders, as well as provisions to further strengthen the international cooperation regime. With great power comes great responsibility. So the bill proposes safeguards, including judicial authorization for all major orders, express protection of legal professional privilege, time limits on investigative powers, and clear mechanisms in each case for challenging orders. The bill also aligns penalties for money laundering offenses with those under the Drug Trafficking Offenses Act, ensuring consistency across our legislative framework. These amendments, Madam Speaker, aren't just about blindly meeting international standards. They are about protecting our reputation as a responsible financial center and ensuring we have the tools to prevent criminal abuse of our financial system. I agree with the member for the 6th that public education on money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing must be prevalent and sustained. And I'm very grateful to him for emphasizing this. I should also say that public education is and will continue to be ongoing. Finally, Madam Speaker, I would like to express my thanks to the many persons involved in the various agencies, ministries, and departments for their continuing hard work on the mutual evaluation recommendations. Madam Speaker, I cannot express what it takes to maintain the goose that has laid many a golden egg for the Virgin Islands, but we would not still be in this game if we had ever rested on our laurels. So I express my appreciation to those who came before us, those who are fighting now, and to those who will come after. I support this bill and the debate it has generated as a vital step forward in our fight against money laundering and terrorist financing. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the Territorial at-Large Member, Honorable Lorna Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Premier invited me to accompany him together with the member from the 8th and other persons to Asia, and it was a very important trip. The Premier acquitted himself well. He had a very good supporting cast, of course. But I mentioned that to say that I missed the debates on the other bills. But as I listened On Monday, as I was driving in from the airport, I said to myself, these sentiments expressed by members of this House are the sentiments that I've heard so many times. Sentiments such as, we are of one accord when it comes to financial services in this House. Sentiments such as, we must make sure that the human rights of the people of this territory are protected in relation to whatever laws we pass. I heard questions such as, are some of these provisions too draconian? And Madam Speaker, as I read this particular bill on the proceeds of criminal conduct, and I reviewed the others, Madam Speaker, we have to agree that these are very heavy pieces of legislation. They are very heavy pieces of legislation. Madam Speaker, as members of this House, we must be careful to make sure that when we need to change the status quo, that we do so. This government, as the Attorney General said a few minutes ago, committed to a national action plan with 64 recommended actions. 64 actions. And a number of these actions require strengthening of our laws. While I may have missed the three previous acts, acts, I'm happy to contribute to the debate on the Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Bill, which corrects the deficiencies identified, or some of the deficiencies identified in the mutual evaluation report, especially relating to international standards on anti-money laundering and the CFT. Madam Speaker, I agree with previous speakers, and especially the member from the 4th, when she called for balance in terms of what we do, in terms of the legislation that we finally pass. I also want to associate myself with a comment made by the representative from the 6th district about the importance of education. We in this House have a responsibility to educate the people of this territory about what these bills mean and how they will be impacted. And beyond that, the government has a responsibility to make sure that this happens. Madam Speaker, as I look at the objects and reasons, and the objects and reasons always give a very clear synopsis of the intentions of the bill, and I think by now all of us go there first. If you look at section 17, clause 4 amends section 17, and it seeks to broaden the scope of restraint orders to cover assets transferred to third parties and reinforce protections against attempts to circumvent asset restraint and recovery processes. And if I may go, Madam Speaker, to Section 17 itself and just read 3B. For the purposes of subsection 3A, a restraint order may extend to prohibit the transfer or further disposition of property, including in instances where such property has been transferred to third parties subsequent to the issuance of the order. Madam Speaker, as I read this section, which says in essence that, or it speaks to the fact that assets may not be transferred to third parties. As a person very fond of rock and roll music, I was reminded, Madam Speaker, of a song by the group called the Styx from their album Renegade. And some of you may know it, like the Honorable, you're too young to know that one, Honorable Fraser and Honorable Skelton. You don't know it? I'm not going to try to sing it, so I will tell you the words. Oh, mama, mama, I'm in fear for my life from the long arm of the law. So what this section is saying, in essence, is that assets to be what I would say in my non-legal term, by non-legal phrase, that are to be corralled by law enforcement agencies, that there is no longer the prerogative or attempt to pass them to a third party. The long arm of the law will reach that third party. The previous section, 16, is also amended, and if I may just quickly go to that. To enable restraint orders, which is the subject of these two sections, to be sought at any point from the commencement of a criminal investigation, at any time from the commencement of criminal investigations. And so it is very important, Madam Speaker, that the public understands the implications of these bills, this particular bill that we are reviewing. Both the member from the 6th and the member from the 4th referred to the investigative powers, including production orders. And I would like to refer, Madam Speaker, to 31A5. And it reads, where a judge or magistrate, and I do agree with the district representative from the 6th that we should be using a judge in these very serious circumstances. It says, where a judge or magistrate makes a production order under this section, the order need not be served on the person who is under investigation. So in short, Madam Speaker, you may be the subject of an investigation, and you don't even know it. In terms of the customer, and this is 31R, customer information orders, these empower authorities to access customer account information from financial institutions, laying out the procedures for individuals or legal persons. And, Madam Speaker, these productions or production orders are, especially in this section, disclosure orders, of equal concern to me in terms of the violation of one's right to privacy. And here again, I call for balance and further that this country should not allow itself to be open to fishing expeditions. Madam Speaker, having said that, the reality is that in some quarters, the BVI has a reputation issue, and let's call it like it is. It has a reputation issue in some quarters in relation to drug trafficking and money laundering. Several countries, including some that we visited recently, have brought this to our attention. It is an issue. Let us face it head on, and let us, with the legislation, this piece, the previous pieces, and the pieces that will come in the, I hope, by the rest of today, let us do what is necessary to make sure that we have the robust legislation that is needed to send a strong message globally that money laundering and terrorist financing, we will counter the terrorist financing. We will make sure that money laundering and the terrorist financing will not be tolerated in the British Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, there are provisions for the evidence overseas, and it's all giving evidence and cooperating as well, on the other hand, with evidence overseas. And this is from 31AE onwards. I welcome this. And I see it as further closing loopholes that have existed in the past. As I said before, Madam Speaker, strong legislation such as this, and I recognize that there are some changes that will be necessary for the balance in the committee stage, but strong legislation such as this will deter the abhorrent crimes of money laundering and terrorist financing. Stronger penalties, Madam Speaker, have been introduced, and the member for the 6th District referred to them. In fact, in some cases, they go as high, fines go as high as $1 million and imprisonment for 25 years in some instances. Madam Speaker, we will probably debate this during the committee stage, because while I agree with the member that in some instances they are stronger than life imprisonment. The impact of drugs, the impact of money laundering can destroy a generation, generations, if they are not dealt with properly. And so whatever we need to do, if we need to increase our fines, increase our imprisonment, so that we deal with the scourge of money laundering, terrorist financing, and etc. I am prepared and committed to doing what is needed to be done. I accept, Madam Speaker, that we must make sure that innocent people in this territory are protected. I believe in our laws, and I would do, and we as lawmakers must do all that we can to make sure that innocent persons are protected. But if we are going to restore our reputation, if we are going to move forward, Madam Speaker, as a jurisdiction of choice, a jurisdiction that is respected and continues to be respected globally, we must do what needs to be done in terms of improving our legislation. I agree with the member for the 6th who talked about the need for us to diversify our economy, and I believe he was looking more at diversification in the areas of tourism. Madam Speaker, I agree with him, but there are opportunities for diversification in financial services. I want to say, first of all, that in terms of our financial services, we meet the highest standards. In terms of the technical side of it, as the AG said, in terms of the effectiveness, we fell down there. But we do meet the highest standards. There are opportunities for us to continue to diversify our financial services in the areas such as fintech, in areas such as virtual assets, such as we are, and in several other areas. Madam Speaker, I close by again calling for a degree of balance in terms of when we get to the committee stage, but I end by saying that I am fully committed to the passage of this Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Amendment Bill 2025. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. At this time, we will take a lunch break and resume at 2:30 p.m.
Good afternoon. This honorable house now resumes. I call upon Honorable Penn, 8th District Representative, please.
Mr. Speaker, and I trust I'll try my best to address you as such going forward, Mr. Speaker. You know how difficult that could be sometimes. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to give my, which would be brief comments to the Procedural Criminal Conduct Amendment Bill 2025, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've had some lengthy discussions and debates from members in this House, starting from the Premier down to the last member that spoke before we break for lunch, the territorial member, Honorable Lorna G. Smith, OBE, Mr. Speaker. And I think all the members have done a good job in terms of adjudicating the merits of the bill before us. I don't intend to go into all the clauses that were said and spoken about, Mr. Speaker, but I think it's important to at least reinforce some of the areas of concerns that were expressed previously by members and that were expressed to us publicly by members of the public who have expressed some concerns with certain aspects of the bill and the bill subsequently that came subsequently, namely the Customs Act number 2, which was changed to Customs Bill, the Criminal Justice Cooperation Amendment Bill 2025, and the Mutual Legal Assistance United States of America Amendment Bill 2025, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill, as was said earlier by the Premier and by the Learned Attorney General, are part of the 64 recommendations coming out of the mutual evaluation. And we have a sense to our responsibility to pass the bill before us. But we have to ensure, as members have said before, that there's a sense of balance in fulfilling our obligation and ensuring that you don't have a situation where you put undue pressure and burdens on the financial systems locally and persons who interact with that system, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I want to commend the Attorney General. I think it's important sometimes in this House that we have context, not necessarily just for the members of the House, but for the public. I think our intervention was timely. It was also necessary to bring context to why we're here, why we need to do what we're doing, and as well to sort of shape the discourse in terms of what's going to happen in the committee stage. And I see the AG's chambers is listening, is being proactive. They've already sent some recommended proposed changes and amendments to the bill. I want to commend the team for listening to the members, hearing the members' concern as it relates to the public. We're representatives of the public, and these concerns that are expressed on behalf of the people of the country. So I want to commend the team at the chambers and the AG for their proactive nature before we get into the committee stages. Mr. Speaker, an important component of this is education, particularly where it relates to financial crimes. Many members have said this. In fact, I recall I was just recently trying to throw away some papers, and I stumbled upon my AML certificate that I got from FSC when I was working there. We all had our responsibility, despite where you work, what you did, to be knowledgeable, to be certified, and ensuring that you comply, ensure you share the education on what's happening in terms of the amendments and changes that relates to AML. And we used to have many seminars throughout the territory in this regards, and I think we've dropped the ball, so to speak, in terms of more education that is necessary in this particular space. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to financial crimes, and I was doing some research, and one of the things that hasn't been mentioned yet, and the AG made the point of the technical compliance for us, and that we're good in technical compliance, but our challenge has always been effectiveness. And essentially that's the matter of implementation and actually carrying out the legislative frameworks that we have in place. And I read in one of my research papers that the cost of compliance, and based on what we are aiming to do in terms of the 64 recommendation, you could imagine the cost of compliance that this is going to cost us as a jurisdiction. In a time where we see government revenues and government expenditure outstripping each other, where expenditure has increasingly going ahead of revenues, where we're seeing where the industry itself is experiencing some significant challenges in terms of revenues, that we have to be mindful that the compliance cost is something that we have to pay attention to as well. I think Nexus Lexus, one of the tools that is used to do compliance checks and so forth, did a study 2 years ago in terms of the global compliance costs for financial crimes. And they just included the Asia Pacific, African region, the UK, some of Europe, and that cost us over $85 billion just for the cost of compliance for financial crimes. So you imagine the global player that BVI is in the market space, and the fact that we have to present effectiveness in terms of what we're doing, the legislation that we're proposing. We have VAS that's coming on stream, the virtual assets, financial transactions, and the level of beefing up that is required of the FSC. I agree with my colleagues, and it's something that I've said in this house many times. It is time to seriously consider diversification of our economy because of what this is going to cost us. And I agree with the territorial member, not just in the way of tourism and new industries, but diversification in terms of the industry itself. There are tremendous opportunities for us to strengthen the industry, as the member mentioned on a trip to Asia. The practitioners talk about the level of substance that's available within the industry that we could capitalize on. And we dropped the ball in terms of that capitalization. So we have to find ways to ensure that level of diversification happens, and happens very quickly. You see Turks and Caicos. Revenues in the realms of all revenues, 400 million, 450 million. And they're solely a tourism economy. Most of their revenues are derived from tourism. We have an opportunity to get those type of numbers out of tourism. But we have to be very strategic, very cognizant of where we want to go, and ensure that we do the work necessary to ensure that the diversification happens quickly, sooner rather than later. But as it relates to this, Mr. Speaker, our people need to be aware and educated, and there's a known legal principle. You know, ignorance is no excuse of the law. Ignorance of the law is no excuse, or something like that. The laws will correct me, Mr. Speaker. And you can't say I didn't know when you're doing certain things that come afoul of this particular act and many other acts that we already have in place. For instance, when you go to the airport, they ask you, have you packed your bag yourself? Have you taken your bag, your bag has been in the company of anybody else? And I want to encourage persons, don't let nobody come to you and tell you, carry that money down the road for me. Meet you at the airport and give you an envelope of money, say, drop that off by so-and-so. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. The issue of Western Union and money services providers. There's this thing now, people come and ask you to send money on their behalf. You don't know who these people are that you're sending money on their behalf. Why they don't send it themselves? Then your name get caught up in the system, and then your family assets and your assets that you inherit could be in question. That you are party to a scheme of money laundering money, or party to illicit activity. Again, ignorance is no excuse for the law, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to educate our people. We have to ensure that we continue the education of this industry and all the ancillary works that are being done. There's a lot of work that is being done. 64 recommendations, several bills and amendments that are coming forth that have serious and gross implications for our people, for our financial institutions, and for this territory, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I'm going to speak briefly on 3 of the clauses that members spoke about, because I don't think it's necessary to go into the details. As I said earlier, my colleagues did a good job in what is adjudicated on the merits of the bill in terms of the details. The member for the 6 obviously didn't eat his school fee when he went to law school. So I want to commend him. I think he did a good job with the majority of the clauses, and I think there are a couple others that I think we need to reinforce to ensure that the public is aware of the implications, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Because Section 4, which speaks to the issue of third party. I myself, when you don't have the level of training of some of our colleagues, you have to read it several times. And we'll have more discussion in the committee stage, but in terms of this whole issue of third party, let me go to it. Where it repeals Section 70 of the Principal Act amended to insert the subsection 3 following subsections 3A. Without prejudice to subsection 3, restraint order may apply to all property suspected of being linked to money laundering, terrorist financing, or a predicate offense, including property held by third parties. And 3B goes on to say, for those purposes of subsection 3A, a restraint order may extend to prohibit the transfer or further disposition of property, including in instances where such property has been transferred to third parties subsequent to the issuance of an order. Mr. Speaker, it goes back to the point I made earlier about sending money on people's behalf. You constantly sending money on a person's behalf, you got caught up in a scheme or a system where you're deemed to be part of a scheme, whether you're guilty or not or innocently doing it, getting paid, your inheritance could be in question. It could be deemed that you acquired your assets through this means or this illicit means. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to encourage persons. I know sometimes you rent a property to individual, and as a landlord, you probably don't do it in a structured way where you have a lease in place and the principal person who is a part of the lease. And then your property could be used for illicit means. All belongs to you. And there could be a restraining order on your property. So, Mr. Speaker, these are things that the public needs to be mindful of. And it has serious implications for everybody as well. I agree that the industry that we operate in, we have to operate a certain standard and we have to maintain that standard. But the public also needs to be mindful of these potential implications, Mr. Speaker. Because Section 31F, and I'm only going to go to 3 or 4 of the sections before I take my seat. I know other members are needing to speak, and we have to get these 3 bills, Premier, done by tomorrow, between today and the 14th, essentially tomorrow, because of the deadline that we have. But Premier, it goes back to the need, Premier. I think after this exercise, Honorable AG, members of this House, we need to have those AML sessions that we used to have previously back on the road again, speaking in the communities, speaking to the public about the implications of these legislations on persons and on their property. That has to be a priority moving forward, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 31F that speaks to government entities, and I agree with the member for the 6th, and the intrusion into government entities and the ability to get access to certain information. Mr. Speaker, and this looks familiar. Mr. Speaker, this looks familiar. It reminds me of the COI process. It reminds me of when you had the commissioner for the COI reading out transcripts from cabinet, information that is privileged information. We know detailed discussions and decisions within cabinet in a public space. Mr. Speaker, you had Auditor General reports being read that are covered under certain legislative construct, being read out before they went through the actual process to be made public. Mr. Speaker, we have to make sure that we don't go through these back doors to get access to privileged government information. So this is essentially saying that the order can be given, and you could go to cabinet and get the detailed conversations. Cabinet is now a digital process. Most of what happens in cabinet now is happening through technology. They could download all the decisions, the reports, the discussions, the minutes. Is that what we want, Premier? Is that even admissible? Is that something we can do or should be able to do? Mr. Speaker, those are conversations that we need to have at the committee stages to see how far this legislation is going and how far it can go as it relates to this type of privileged information. Cabinet is covered on a certain level of confidentiality in the conversations. And if you're going this far, members are going to be very guarded as to how they speak freely in cabinet. That should never be the case. So I think we have to pay attention to this, Mr. Speaker, and how far this legislation aims to go. I support the positions that were raised by the other members in the other areas, but one that came to mind very deeply is the issue with the cabinet documents, issue with Auditor General reports, those areas that have very specific legal protections. The threshold for getting access to that information has to be much higher, Mr. Speaker. So again, 31R. And I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, I won't be very long, because I think we have a lot of work to do in committee, and I think we should spend the time wisely in the committee stage to really hammer through this piece of legislation. 31R. Let me just get to it quickly, Mr. Speaker. One second, Mr. Speaker, let me just pull it up quick. Patient, a second, Mr. Speaker. QR, not the QRs. I forget my alphabet. All right, customer information orders, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this looks like beneficial ownership information to me, Mr. Speaker. Are we giving a backdoor access to persons' beneficial ownership and personal and private and confidential information, Mr. Speaker? Speaker, we've been fighting this fight of persons' right to privacy, persons' right to private life. I think whatever we do in terms of this particular information set, we have to be very careful if we don't give a backdoor to persons' beneficial ownership information, Mr. Speaker. There has to be, as the new amendment says, very strong grounds to gain access to this information, not just based on someone's suspicion or so forth, Mr. Speaker. So I think it's necessary that we really pay keen attention to 31R and the elements of it that comes to this particular piece of information. Mr. Speaker, we all know, and all of us have been beneficiaries of this industry. And I think by no means I don't see any member in this House against us having to ensure that there's a level of preservation for this industry, to ensure that we do all we must to ensure that the industry continues to thrive and survive. But it should never be at the expense of your economy and your people, Mr. Speaker. All of us has benefited tremendously. We were talking in the back earlier, and I was fortunate, very fortunate, one of the many fortunate ones who had education, was educated through this government, through the government. And never one day had to have the same concerns that my counterparts at university had, whether I got my tuition paid this semester, whether I had to work a job to be able to cover rent, cover those things. This industry and the leadership of the time afforded me an opportunity to a fully paid education, and I'm grateful. And we now have the responsibility to take this industry to the next level, but also to do it in a responsible way, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've expressed my concern with the unexplained wealth clause that's going to come before this House. And prior to the debate on this, I was mentioning, the member made note of it in terms of the implication of that piece of legislation when it comes to this House and what it's going to have for people and how we have to be so very careful. We understand the world is changing, the dynamics are changing, and crime is transnational, and we need to be able to capture crime across borders. But there has to be context too as well. Just like how the AG got up on a point, gave her contribution, and gave context to where we are and why we're here, Mr. Speaker. The member for the 6th went into my thoughts in terms of, I think it's shared thoughts amongst all of us, in terms of context, the BVI context. The BVI context is very important. And I don't know if it's unique to BVI. I know many other countries probably had the same scenario where the community worked collaboratively together to build homes, build industries, to build a livelihood, a way of life for us as Virgin Islanders. I too recall, maybe that's why my show was so broad, in the 90s, late 80s, early 90s, when we were young, me and my cousins, Corbin, Cornell, and all of us in the community, when they were building their home, we had the responsibility of carrying all the blocks up. The night before the men came to work in the morning, so they didn't have to worry about that. So everybody played their part to build the economy that we have today. A house that probably cost at the time, based on the in-kind labor, $50,000, $60,000, $80,000 to build. If you do appraisal now, it's probably worth $1.5 million. Somebody come and see that and will say, where did you get this money from? That's unexplained wealth, right? But that is a property that was built by the blood, sweat, and tears of family, friends, and the community. So we have to have context, and somebody has to be the gatekeeper of that context and where a lot of what we have. Yes, of course, there are persons who attain things that could be questionable. And I agree, those questionable wealth-attaining measures need to be put in place. But we have to have the context of where we are as a people, how we got where we are as a people, and ensure that we don't put laws in place that create undue hardship for persons who have to go through a court system to fight a case where they don't have the resources to fight. And sometimes they might not have the will to fight because what it takes sometimes to go through the court system and the way it breaks individuals, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want us, and I know that the members in this House and the Lord Attorney General's chambers and the good people on the bench here for the Attorney General's office is going to work with us to ensure that the context of what we're trying to achieve is also achieved, to ensure that we meet our obligation but we also protect the civil liberties of the individuals of this country. We ensure that persons engaged in criminal activity, they're caught, and that the integrity of our industry remains intact and remains strong. And I heard that very sounding through in the industry in the Asia Pacific region. BVI is a strong brand globally. People respect what we do. They respect the practitioners in the industry. They respect the professionals in the government services. And we have a level of reputational risk to protect. Mr. Speaker, and I get that and I agree with that. But again, we have to find the balance. So, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the discourse and the discussion in the committee stages as we labor through this process to ensure that we get a bill that is fit for purpose to meet our obligations internationally, but also to ensure that a person's civil liberty, source and privacy is protected to those persons, particularly those individuals who are good law-abiding citizens, which the BVI, many of our people, despite what you hear about drug running and the crime and all the things that you hear people say about BVI, the majority of the people in this country are hard-working, law-abiding citizens, and those individuals need to be protected at all costs. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll take my seat and look forward to the discussion in the committee stages. I thank you.
I recognize the member for the second honorable Turnbull.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my support as the other members before me has given for this bill before this honorable House to the Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Amendment Bill 2025. And Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge the contributions of all members that have spoken before, inclusive of the mover of this bill, the Honorable Premier, because we understand the importance of this piece of legislation to our financial services industry, which is indeed the lifeblood of our BVI revenue. Mr. Speaker, I believe the approach to my debate would be something that we would have heard bits and pieces of from different members, but it is one that calls for balance, one that calls for us to ensure that we are not categorizing the people of the BVI and its businesses and business owners and individuals as operating in criminal activity. Mr. Speaker, I am a true supporter of us arresting and addressing any criminal activity that would harm the livelihood of the lives of those who work hard and who have worked hard to provide what we have in this territory, as well as those who are looking to make a contribution to this territory as they go through the education system and they walk their own individual pathways towards the successes that we have seen realized through those persons whose shoulders we stand on. So, Mr. Speaker, that for me is critical and hopefully is not lost in my contribution. Mr. Speaker, if I was to start and look at the aspects of the bill that in my notes, I put down in terms of the support, and then having to hear from other members before me, it actually put some of my notes in perspective. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, the first point would strengthen the anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing measures, which is found in sections 16, 17, and 28 to 31. Mr. Speaker, the proceeds of this bill introduces reforms that will continue to strengthen the BVI's crime prevention network. In section 16 and 17, you will see that there's a proposal to increase the penalties for persons found guilty of financial crimes and raising the maximum imprisonment terms from 2 years to 10 years and then from 250,000 to 500,000, which will be a deterrent for illicit financial activities. And Mr. Speaker, that's what I have, Mr. Speaker, that's what I have written in my notes. But hearing from the member for the 6th district puts it into perspective from his legal background and his background in understanding that you, while increasing penalties and increasing jail sentences, Mr. Speaker, you have to do it relative. It has to be balanced towards what exists in the territory for other crimes that may be more heinous than this financial crime. Not saying that we're giving them a pat on the wrist, but at the same time, create that balance. Mr. Speaker, then you go to section 33A, and that one is dealing with 31 is quite long, so I'm going to get to 33. 33A, Mr. Speaker, is inserting under the part entitled miscellaneous provisions. So it includes an entire section. And what I see it to be trying to do or attempting to do is enhance the ability of the territory to collaborate with foreign authorities on financial crime investigations. And then it empowers competent authorities to trace, freeze, seize, and forfeit assets linked to money laundering and terrorist financing upon the request of foreign governments. Mr. Speaker, this provision ensures that we continue to do all that we can to not become a safe haven, as is uttered by many throughout the world, especially in the United Kingdom, that we're not a safe haven for illicit funds, and it gives us that demonstration that we will commit towards a regulatory framework and standards for the Financial Action Task Force. So, Mr. Speaker, compliance in this light is a good thing, but again, balance. Because, Mr. Speaker, when I get to my points that go contrary to things that we need to address in terms of what I support, you will see some of the same exact points raised that go against the points that I am raising in support. So that's why balance is important. On 31, section 31A through 31E, and 31 goes all the way, Mr. Speaker, for the public. 31 goes in its amendments all the way to, I think it's A2. So it goes from A to Z and then goes to A or AD. AE. But Mr. Speaker, this aspect of the legislation is giving law enforcement agencies the access through sophisticated investigative tools. And it sounds good, allowing them to compel individual businesses to produce financial records for criminal investigations, search and seizure warrants, which is found in 31H 231K, which expands the police powers to search premises on and confiscate evidence related to money laundering and fraud. And the 31Y through 31AD enables real-time tracking of bank accounts and investment in financial crimes. Sounds good. But it also sounds familiar. And it sounds familiar, Mr. Speaker, because we just dealt with a bill in this honorable House that we had to open from the top of the chest all the way down to the abdomen and take out some things and put in a lot more things to make it work. Because while the processes might be applicable, the balance to those processes must be enforced. You cannot just allow law enforcement agencies, in this case, in many cases, the police and other investigative agencies, to just have a free will to do as they please and go into your accounts and track devices. And because, Mr. Speaker, in certain parts of this legislation, it gives it gives the authority that if you suspect, or if you think, or if you have a feeling, Mr. Speaker, we can operate laws based on your feeling. Because we know how a lot of people feel about us here in this territory. We know, as members have stated before, they feel that we shouldn't have what we have. And Mr. Speaker, I want to put this here. I think what the BVI should feel, and never be put in a position to have anyone make them feel otherwise, is that the decisions made by those forefathers that came before us, inclusive of the one that the Honorable Attorney General spoke about in 1984, created a blessing for this territory. And we shouldn't allow anyone to call our blessing or make it out to be a curse. What we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is putting the measures in place to preserve and protect our blessing while promoting it to continue in this industry. And Mr. Speaker, in doing so, we must be mindful that while there are aspects of the financial services industry that can be and should be diversified, because we are operating and continue to operate in a large scale, Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times, on a vision cast some 35 or 40 years ago, while we protect and while we continue to invest and while we continue to pass laws and ensure that we are meeting international standards, we also have to take the calculated risk to invest in other sectors to diversify our economy. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to hold off on that point for a little while. Sections 28 to 31, and then 34B and 34D. These are the deterrents to increase penalties. Mr. Speaker, above we went from 250 to 500,000, and now here in this place we are ensuring that offenders face severe consequences from 14 years to 25 years, and then a penalty of fines from $500,000 to $1 million. And then Section 34D introduces specific penalties for violating restraint orders, making it criminal offense to dispose of property under illegal restrictions. But again, Mr. Speaker, what we must do is ensure that while we are targeting and addressing the persons that want to use our sector for criminal activity, we must also ensure that the educational component for the rest of the people of this territory who operate businesses understand what it means and how they will be affected by this legislation, what it would mean for, as we continue in this international sphere, that the rules continue to change, the goalposts continue to change, and we are doing our best to adjust and adapt and stay ahead of the curve. But we cannot forget the local businesses. We cannot forget the other businesses and the small businesses in this territory, Mr. Speaker, who have been the drivers of our economy. Education is key. And education, Mr. Speaker, is not just for the business owners. Education comes from schools, because when you ask about the BVI now, yes, you hear tourism, but what we know is financial services. So any individual child coming out of school or coming out of this territory to go into the world must understand something about the financial services industry of this territory. Whether you are in that field or not, you have to understand that this is what this country operates from. And Mr. Speaker, Section 10, or Clause 10, which is 35, Section 34C, it touches on the preservation of the BVI's economic stability and reputation. That's important. Our reputation is important to us. And this is why the Honorable Premier is bringing this piece of legislation again to the Attorney General Chambers and her team. Because our reputation is important. We can't keep answering the names that people call us. We have to know who we are and continue to stand proud about who we are. Mr. Speaker, I keep referring to this occurrence back in 2015, when former Premier Dr. D. Orlando Smith took me to the UK with him to the Joint Ministerial Council. And in one of those meetings, I remember a conversation coming up saying, BVI, you're harboring this and you're harboring that, and you're end up on this list, and this, whether it's a black list, a gray list, or what color them is, brown and purple and kind of maroon and gray. And I remember Dr. Smith saying, we are doing all that we can to ensure that we stay ahead of the curve. In his very, I would usually say Dr. Smith, his temperament was one that it was always answered in a calm voice. And he said to them, he said, the BVI is doing everything that is needed and required by not just the industry, but the regulators. He says, but if you check, at that time, and I remember it succinctly, he said, if you check what is required or what is being asked for and for us in this industry, if there are 18 things the BVI has checked off on, 16 of them, the United Kingdom at that time only checked off on 9. He says, so what are you going to do? And then I think it was one of their ministers, he kindly move to the side. I don't want to say he went to sit down, but he went to sit down. Mr. Speaker, our reputation is important. It is extremely important. But on this seizure, and the methods for seizing and getting the evidence, Mr. Speaker, this is where the balance comes in. And Mr. Speaker, I am hoping, Attorney General, that whatever other resources that you need, and whomever is pushing, whether it comes from the governor's group, whether it comes from the financial sector, whether it comes from the deputy governor's office, or whomever, even the ministries, that we ensure that there are no parts of these pieces of legislation that come before this House violates the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007. Because if you're bringing a bill that infringes on people's human rights and their rights to privacy, then you have a problem. Honorable Waldman spoke about, the member for the 6th RE, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, spoke about part of the, see, that's where his forte is. He spoke a piece of the legislation that we took from the UK and placed here, and then we put in a little extra. That's we do the most. But it can't be to the detriment of our people, because sometimes you want to do thing and say you're doing thing and you do more than you need to do, and then you cause a problem. We can't step over those bounds. And especially, Mr. Speaker, some of the pieces of legislation that we have already gone through, especially in 2023 and 2024, dealing with the COI and its recommendations. We have to ensure that we're able to check the changes that we've made, so that when certain aspects of investigation and seizing and monitoring and the other bill we're talking about, these covert operations, we don't deal with our police bill, so I don't know why you're back in the other one, drug trafficking. But we had to deal with this one. We have to ensure that there's not a conflict between the Constitution and some of the other bills that we have put into law in this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, the pillars of this territory, financial pillars of this territory, are known as tourism, financial services, and our oceanic space, fishing and farming. That's what it's known for. We currently operate in 2 of those 3 pillars. And when I say operate, I mean operate to a functioning point that it materializes in significant revenue. But Mr. Speaker, I challenge this honorable House to understand that the pillars of the BVI, as far as I know it from the persons that came before me, is for the people of this territory to own their land, to educate their children, and to own businesses. Those were the pillars. Economic pillars are tourism, financial services, agriculture, and fishery. But the pillars of a Virgin Islands people is the ability to own their land, educate their children, and own and operate their businesses. While we develop and continue to protect this industry, we could do more than one thing at a time. The diversification of this territory, Mr. Speaker, there's no lack of information, there's no lack of conferences attended, there's no lack of expertise out there throughout the world through these conferences and through all the persons that we would educated in this territory. But we have to start to build the other facets of financial pillars. Fisheries and farming has to be developed because that's what we started on. We didn't have no financial services. We had farmers who used to go in the ground and plant potato and yam and tanya and thing. That's what we had. We had fishermen who would go out in the ocean for days at a time and bring in fish and sell, and what them don't sell them give away. Mr. Speaker, we fed ourselves. And that is what was able to provide what we see here in this territory. So, Premier, there needs to be a focus while doing all the other things. Protecting the environment, developing infrastructure, taking care of health care, educating our children. We must ensure that a significant and strategic investment is placed into developing fishing and farming and agriculture in this territory. 200 nautical miles of water space that the BVI is responsible for. And I don't believe, no knock on the junior minister or even the premier, but I don't believe that we are able to quantify the revenues that we earn currently from fishing or farming or agriculture. Mr. Speaker, and while on the ocean, I'm bridging the gap, so to speak. While on the ocean, you hear our neighbors bragging about how much money they earn from tourism and the charter boat industry, how much money it brings in. Over $100 million I heard. I stand to be corrected if that's the number I think I heard. Well, Mr. Speaker, let me be honest. This is no knock, it's just facts. Where, oh where, do those charter boats go when they leave the U.S. Virgin Islands? Where, oh where? They come here. Because there's nothing there. There's not much there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've seen promotions, if you ain't careful, I've seen promotions of places, say come to our beautiful shores of U.S. Virgin Islands, and then I see my constituency here, Just Van Dyke, I say, well, Lord have mercy. And talking about painkiller and thing, certain parts of, I gotta say it the right way, in Virgin Gorda, being put in picture as their tourism product. Mr. Speaker, this is ours. And Premier, we have to own it. We don't mind you partaking in it, but if you're making $100 million off of it, and it's mine, well, Lord, I tell you, give me my little bit, please. Give me mine. They belong to I. And we can't be afraid, Mr. Speaker. We can't be afraid. The fishing that happens, whether legally or illegally in our waters, they could quantify that. They could probably quantify that too. I remember as a part of the unity government, I know Honorable Reimer would like this one. There was a gentleman there. I thought I was shot, but he shot at me. And he had the biggest voice as to what should happen with our waters and our borders and what we need to open for sports fishing and what we need to open for these big tournaments and what we need to open. He telling the Minister of Ports and the Premier at that time what we need to open for them. And then when we telling them what we need for all people and then telling them about federal law. Mr. Speaker, they gone crazy or they think we gone crazy? I must open for you to take. And then when I want to share, you tell me about federal law. Mr. Speaker, it is ours. But we have. Those were my points for the bill's implementation. Now, if I look towards the negative impacts of this bill as it is, from 31R to Y, what we have to be mindful of, Mr. Speaker, is if we're not careful, if this balance is not realized, the BVI's attractiveness as a financial center depends on a balance between regulatory oversight and business-friendly policies. 31R to Y, Mr. Speaker. You have customer information orders and account monitoring orders requiring financial institutions to disclose client details, monitor transactions, which is the honorable member for the 8th touched on, upon government requests. These regulations increase compliance costs, forcing banks and financial services providers to implement costly monitoring systems and reporting systems. So when we do the law, because it is what is required, there's a chain reaction in the industry. There's a chain reaction to get up to compliance. And all of it has a cost. So we can't just do the things that are suggested in this legislation and not understand that the cost would increase, the fees would increase, and it may very well deter business. Mr. Speaker, 31L through P and S, with the privacy and confidentiality portions. This is what protects us. This is what keeps us, our ability to be and protect persons from having their business in the street, so to speak. And the more we put measures into place, the more you get from the technocrats and every place else in the UK and otherwise that we must open and have open registers and have this and have that, Mr. Speaker. If we're not careful, if we give these authorities this wide-reaching powers to access people's financial data without notifying the individual under investigation, there will be a significant resistance. You also, Mr. Speaker, may raise concerns that legitimate investors may now view the BVI as being too intrusive. So while transparency on one hand is important, it is also important to protect the rights of persons and at least have them be notified that, listen, we're investigating you because of some evidence that we have, not because I wake up one morning and I feel touchy. So I'm going to touch you now. We can't run away additional business. Because if we continue to squeeze what we have, Mr. Speaker, in our hands, it would soon disappear. Risk and misuse, lack of oversight sections. So I go back now, Mr. Speaker. This is where it goes. I touched on 31A through E, and then 34C and D in my support of the implementation, but then those same pieces of oversight, given the law enforcement agency discretionary powers to freeze, seize, and confiscate assets, we have to be careful. Because while Well, you want to target financial criminals without carefully thought out and detailed judicial oversight, Mr. Speaker. In certain cases, it's the Commissioner of Police or their authorized persons. Then, just like the police bill, the what is it, the convict misuse, you have abuse of power that can be taking place, and then it cripples the very thing that we are trying to protect, Mr. Speaker. Productions Order 31A, search warrants. Now this part here, I make note of it, but I'm glad that the member for the 6 highlighted what it meant. Because I'm not that bright. Ex parte, meaning, I Google it, AG, I Google it, you're a bit proud of me, AG. I Google it to understand, but I still didn't understand when I was done. But given this authority to freeze people access, to just go and monitor them and put these tracking devices on them and open their accounts and everything that they have, Mr. Speaker, we have to be careful. We have to be careful that we ain't just crashing to satisfy the requirements. And then you have the burden on the government resources and even the law enforcement, because, Mr. Speaker, we continue to hear how much resources are needed for this and that and the other. But if you give these powers carte blanche as they're stated here, then you need additional resources, financial and otherwise, to have these agencies be able to provide training, the investment in the legal infrastructure, which the AG's chambers is responsible for, and then the investigative powers as well as the prosecution of these crimes. So there has to be this balance. While we're targeting one thing, Mr. Speaker, we have to look, I apologize, we have to look at the entire picture. Because you have new technology, you need staff, you need training, you need reporting requirements, Mr. Speaker, and the industry in and of itself will do their part. But as a jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker, I think this is one of the things that, in speaking to the AG over the years, why sometimes we get a bad report is not that the Financial Services Commission are not doing the job, is that sometimes some of the companies are not up to scratch and on the same page. So when these persons come in to do their reviews, we might have some companies in full compliance, some not in compliance at all, and some halfway there. So it creates this tug of war, so to speak. And what is easy to be categorized is what is happening is they put this name on us to try to further strengthen their narrative that we are doing something wrong. Mr. Speaker, I recall when I was in primary school coming up, I used to hear the tourists say, "This is a nice place, I'd like to come back and visit." And then that moved to, "This is a nice place, I'd like to stay for a little bit longer." And then it moved to, "This is a nice place, I'd like to see how I can get a piece of land there." And then they got a little bit comfortable and they said, "That's your house? What do your parents do? How can they afford that?" And then get a little bit more brazen, Mr. Speaker. They tell you, you ain't supposed to have, no. You ain't poor have a hospital that costs $100 million. You ain't poor have it. Why? Because you say so, or because you feel so? Mr. Speaker, everything that we have in this territory, there's a story behind it. And we have to be proud of our story. One of the things I remember, and I'm hoping, Premier, that your team through the Ministry of Finance is doing this marketing arm that promotes British Virgin Islands financial services industry. I know you have BVI Finance, but let's tell our story. Let's continue to be proud to tell our story to the world. Because if what you are hearing continually is what you're doing wrong and what you're not doing and how bad it is and how bad it is, eventually people are going to start to believe it. We have to tell our story and be unapologetic about how we've been able to accomplish what we've accomplished and continue to build on those accomplishments. Mr. Speaker, I'm almost done. Same 31R to Y. You have this challenge where countries like Cayman, Bermuda, and Panama, in the same business that we are in, if our regulations appear too strict, we send in business to the competition. So make sure, Mr. Speaker, while it's good to lead the charge, you know, we got to be in front. Lead the charge, but be balanced in our approach. Mr. Speaker, I believe this bill is important towards, and another piece of legislation important towards protecting our industry, protecting our financial services sector. And I believe it presents both challenges as well as opportunities for us to address that will help strengthen the AML efforts and the international compliance. But in the balance, Mr. Speaker, we must ensure that we are not going too deep and too hard, that we allow for risk that would harm this very sector and deter investors, deter businesses from wanting to continue in this relationship that we have with them. Mr. Speaker, I know that the minds of the men and women in this honorable House will engage in true dialogue in the committee stage. And I know the team that is here from the Attorney General Chambers and the Financial Services Agency Services Commission will do our best to ensure that this bill creates that balance, that continues to keep us on the competitive edge of what we need to do, while continuing to showing the world that we can not just walk and chew gum at the same time, but we can maintain the integrity of a business that our foreparents took a risk upon, and we continue to preserve something that has been able to educate our children, continue to educate and develop our infrastructure, our healthcare sector. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that when we would have been completed with the committee stage and this bill comes out, hopefully in the wrap-up, when we've amended the bill, that the Premier would at least, I don't know how he would find a creative way to do it. He's very smart. He was in class with me. He's always smarter than me. He find a creative way to say some of the things that we proposed to amend, because you know you can't say certain things. But Premier, I know you have a way with words, so you will find a way to let the people know what we have done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I plan to be brief because most of the members have already gone through in great detail most of the provisions in this bill, Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Amendment Bill 2025, which amends 2020, which is a very important bill then and even more so now. Madam Speaker, we come to the House a lot with these AML stuff, and financial services stuff. And I don't think, like I said before, I'm not sure people really appreciate why we need to. Many members have called for more education on these bills, and I've been a strong proponent of that from day one. The education should come not just by town hall meetings, but also through our presentations in the House. And I think what you have seen today is just that. Members explain the reasons and objects for what we are trying to do and why. The reality is, be very, though we are a very small country, we are global players. We are on the international scene. You've heard the at-large members talk about the trip to Asia and the reception they had there and the way they were treated, because they recognize the importance of BVI to what their aspirations and what they are trying to do. But Mr. Speaker, like I've always said too, we have to be very careful with balancing the international requirements with our local caution to make sure the things we do to be compliant on the international stage doesn't affect us here locally. This bill here introduces the provisions of this bill are aligned with the recommendations of the CFATF and the Financial Action Task Force, FATF. The proposed amendment enhanced the existing legislative framework in the Principal Act, which provides for restraint, forfeiture, mutual legal assistance, and asset recovery. That last part there is critical, it's very important. It's a part on the use part of what we are doing. Members talk about diversifying the economy. We can also tighten up on what we currently do and get more out of it. I remember, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what year it was, must be somewhere around 2009. When we had the IPAR case, there was something like $45 million that we were able to confiscate. Half went to BVI and half went to, I think, Turks and Caicos. Bermuda. Now, I think it was 2023, we brought in a new position called official receiver that's designed to be able to receive these forfeited or confiscated funds. If we properly build that unit, I believe we can get a lot more income from what we are currently doing. There's currently only one person in that unit. One. And there are probably millions upon millions of dollars sitting out there that we could get if we had the manpower to go after it. So that's one thing we can do quickly to get more money out of what we're doing here. Compliance is not cheap. Like you heard the member for the second said, costs globally $80 billion. But we have to keep up. Because the person over there which do nefarious activities, they too are getting more sophisticated with their operations. So we have to keep up. The minute we stop doing anything, we lose this game. And it's too important to us. Too many persons before us fought to get it to where we are. We can't just because it's harassing to give it up. And it's usually full togetherness on these legislation when they are brought to the House. I want to briefly touch on the new part in this bill, the investigations part, which starts around 31A. This part entitled Investigations comprised 6 divisions to introduce and enhance advanced confiscation techniques. We got to move from where we are to the next level. Got the actors, the global actors, they have time on their hand to think up all sorts of schemes. I see I got hacked a few weeks ago. Somebody got into my account and started sending my friends requests for $800. And they got some money. Because they had time to sit down and figure out who's a very popular person who people would believe that actually need $800. For folks who know me, folks who knew me knew it wasn't me. But I said, folks who didn't know me that well, and said, oh my God, he's in trouble, $800. And it was sent.
They need friends like you.
I didn't send any. Some of you in here got a request also, and called me and asked me, what's wrong? They asked me about $800. I said, well, I was hacked. That wasn't actually me.
I said no one.
But the point I was making, there are people out there who they have the time to sit down and think up all kinds of schemes. And with the world being wired through the internet, you could be anywhere and connect with people everywhere, all over the world, and do all sort of tricky stuff. And those persons over there, different in the financial services, they're trying all the tricks in the book to get some of the money that they think we have here. So the Division 1, production orders, establishes mechanisms to compel individuals or entities to produce documents or information relevant to investigations. Of course, we see the challenge there. The member for the 6th did elucidate the challenge he had there. Division 2, warrant and seizure warrants, expands the use of search and seizure warrants as an alternative when production orders are unavailable. This is to speed up the process. Again, the key concern here, we want to catch the bad guys, the bad actors. But we have to make sure in all this here, we don't get innocent people caught up in these things, not knowing what they're doing. Then we have the Division 3. This introduces disclosure orders to facilitate gathering information, balancing investigative efficiency with protection for individuals and entities. And there we have it, making sure you don't trap the innocent in what you're trying to do. Try to find that balance. And they have Division 4, customer information orders, empowers authorities to access customers' account information from financial institutions, clarifying the meaning of customer information and regulating disclosures. Again, the concern here is very clear. Persons are going to have access to your personal information. And if you're innocent, it's a challenge. You spend a lot of money trying to clear your name. Then you have Division 5, accounts monitoring orders. It enables real-time surveillance of accounts suspected of involvement in illicit activities, setting requirements for issuance and addressing offenses for non-compliance. This division would replace Section 35A, introduced by the Procedural Criminal Conduct Amendment Act 2023. Now, this is a very important one. This is real-time surveillance. So it's a young man or woman, they ain't working, but for the whole week they don't deposit 3 deposits of $5,000. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Where you getting $5,000 from? 3 times for this week, you come to this account and you put it in. Or you could get sophisticated and have an account in all the banks of $5,000 here this week, or $5,000 there next week, or $5,000 the other week. So the real time is important to be able to see what is really going on. And if you can explain it, if you make a lot of money, like some business persons do, you can just say where you get it from, where you're getting it from. And this is very old actually, because I remember when we were buying some property back in 1988, property cost $30,000, and we all got together. And there was one charge to deposit the money. So I took it in about $6,000 at a time. And of course the bank stopped me on the second time. Because I was young, I was a bus boy. And I just explained to them what we were doing. And my father came and said, yes, I did give him the money, and my uncle, I gave him the money. And the bank said, okay, you explain where you got it from. Yeah, it was true. It was true. But I collected all the money, I deposited the money, and then we bought the property together. Then Division 6 introduces tools to facilitate cross-border cooperation, allowing for the collection and use of evidence in foreign jurisdictions. A lot of persons who do business or use business or BVI vehicles don't live here. They live all over the world, but they choose to do business in the BVI because of our structures here, like the arbitration center, the commercial court, and having the UK as our appellate court. That makes the BVI very attractive and safe because people know if anything goes wrong, they have a good chance of getting a fair treatment in resolving that issue. So the BVI is a very attractive place to do business. But of course, the bad actors come with the good actors trying to do good. And so we end up in a situation here where we have to be forever updating our laws. I've said this before in this house, concerning diversifying our economy. And I know the Premier will probably depend heavily on the FS and his team to do this, but I'll say it again, we need an investment committee for this country. are units designated to nothing else but find ways to raise money. They do nothing else. They ain't involved in no cabinet papers. They ain't involved in nothing. They got their thinking caps on and they figure out how we are going to get more money into this country. Your currency is going up, and we see our income is not moving as fast. Now, the member from the made a very curious statement about finances earlier. You see, whereas people are thinking about independence, he would rather deal with financial independence. I am really not sure what he was thinking when he said that. Because in my mind, we've been independent financially for a very long time. From the time we leave grant and aid, we were doing everything ourselves. Down to the hospital, you referenced earlier, for the second. That $100 million hospital, there wasn't grant and aid. We get it on our own, and we pay it back. As for everything else we're doing in this country, for the most part, we are the ones who are doing it and have been doing it. So I think we are already financially independent. So it doesn't going to be an excuse for not going after independence. I think they can't carry no water with me. But, Mr. Speaker, with just those few words there, I'll just take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the Minister of Communications and Works, Honorable Reimer.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I stand to lend my voice to this amendment. Madam Speaker, and as Mr. Speaker, I'll get it. I just want to acknowledge the already proposed amendments before we go into the committee stage, and this document was shared with us. It goes to show the importance of these debates and what is done during the committee stage. So I just want to acknowledge AG and the team for bringing forth these amendments already. And I could briefly say that in Clause 10, it states that the word appropriate officer, it will now be changed to substituted with proposed with okay. So I just want to acknowledge that we are already in the process as we go into committee stage. I was just corrected that those things should wait as we go through that stage, Madam Speaker. But it goes to show the importance of this amendment. And this is one of many, as we have spoken quite a lot about the 64 recommendation, the actions that needs to be done based on the report. We're here going through those processes. Mr. Speaker, it shows that, we have work to be done. We have work to do. And hence we are here going through. I know members have already elucidated the entire bill. And, just a few points where I would like to go into. I know members would have used the term balance, and I think that is quite important as we go through these amendments. And what is noted is that we are playing on this international stage, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, and we must fall in line with what is expected of us as a jurisdiction. And these amendments are to enhance our legislative framework to align with the international standards that is expected of us, and to protect our territory's reputation and basically our integrity. So what this does to, Mr. Speaker, it brings that level of confidence for those investors when they look at our legislation and they realize that we have it signals that we have legal and robust frameworks in place and in terms of maintaining those standards. I just want to quickly reflect on And just the other day, I saw where in the House of Commons in the UK, where the BVI was a heavy topic, a topic of conversation there, as it spoke to the sanctions and anti-money laundering bill that was passed some time back, and the commitment that was made that we need to make our registers public. Those questions were targeting the British Virgin Islands, and I recall the response said that, in order, the only disinfectant or the best disinfectant for illicit financing is sunlight. And that was the comment that he made at the time. But it goes to show that we are being monitored. We are in under heavy scrutiny, and we need to, whether we need to align. And I know a member mentioned that this legislation came or was mimicked, or most of it was done through another, or the UK's legislation. The sad part about that comment to me, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that maybe this now brings us up to speed in terms of those deficiencies that we may have had. And though I presume they would expect us to go a bit further, we just need to be mindful of that balance. What Section 31 of the legislation speaks to is enhanced compliance with the international standards, and it seems to strengthen our alignment with the anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing standards, and that could improve and enhance us as a jurisdiction standing in the international community and make us attractive for those investments. It also speaks to a deterrent against financial crime. When persons, and we are a territory where we work hard. We work quite hard to get what we want. But there might be a few that want to use illegal activities to get to that point. So we want to use this as a deterrent to those persons who, would want to take the risk to go and obtain assets or whatever you may use in an illegal form. So what this is also saying is that you might get through with the first stage of that illegal activity, but now when you have the assets, now this is where it's telling you that the legislation would address those assets that derive from illegal activities. Well, Mr. Speaker, the balance is quite critical. And what we will see now is that this would now have an impact on legitimate businesses, because now those concerns would be where you would face increased scrutiny, unintended consequences from the investigations, because now you have this additional powers potentially disrupting legitimate businesses with their operations. And this could lead to over-aggression, or this could lead to over-regulation, and this could be, like I said, this could create a cause for concern. So what we are doing here, Mr. Speaker, and it's rightful to do, is to educate our people on the local scale as to what the effects that this would have. And I know members would have spoken about educating and how we need to engage our people. And at times it seems like the education is just done here. We may need to find other means to get to our constituents and educate them as to what these amendments and what these bills entail. I know each and every member here have some means of getting to their constituents, whether through group chats or WhatsApp channels or so forth. But it's important that on this level, this local scale, that we educate our people as to these amendments that are taking place. And what this would also do is add administrative burden to some of those businesses, because now you would be investigated, and in order to, to address those concerns, you have to go and expend some money, and you would see that financial burden on those legitimate businesses. So there is that balance indeed that you have to consider. So, Madam Speaker, members would have spoken about diversification, and the member for the 8th spoke about financial services being the diversification there. And those things are welcome. We need to address those things. We talk about tourism being getting it to be more diverse. We are seeing increased numbers in our tourism product, but there's also more that we can do. We have American Airlines coming in with 6 flights a day. That shows that something is happening within our shores. We also see, as a member for the 2nd spoke about what is happening down in the U.S. Virgin Islands in terms of those proposed tariffs, and those derive from the numbers that are dwindling on their side, and we're seeing increased numbers. For instance, we've seen water taxi numbers, they've increased in the past year. And we will continue to do what we can in terms of getting people to our shores. And what is important for us to do here as a jurisdiction is to make sure that we get that airport expanded, so that we'll have more flights coming in, but also encourage whether it's the ferries or the water taxis to change their business model somehow, because if we have more people coming here, and they have to be going somewhere, so we encourage them to look at and see where those people are going, so that they can be the means of transportation for them. And we have those increased numbers, whether it's cruise tourism. We've invested in the cruise fare, so might as well we utilize it and make sure those persons come through there, as we are doing. But Mr. Speaker, like I said, this amendment, we weigh the balance. We go through the committee stage. We make the amendments, and to make sure that it strengthens our legal framework, and protect our community from financial crime, because you don't want the optics to be where we are seemingly encouraging illicit activities here. So we must make these amendments to this legislation, though it came through one of those actions of the evaluation. But this is where we're at, and we'll go through that process, Mr. Speaker, to make those amendments. Thank you.
I recognize the Junior Minister for Agriculture and Fisheries, Honorable Dawson.
For the opportunity, all my colleagues have said, to make a brief contribution. I think I'll be truly brief this afternoon and look at a broad overview. The words that I will say have been words that have been said all afternoon, that this is another bill that is characterized by the need for balance, that we have to be effective in stamping out criminal conduct across the territory, but particularly as it relates to financial services, anti-money laundering, and the financing of tourism, while at the same time we must balance to ensure, as the leader of the opposition likes to say, that we're not casting a net so wide that you catch everything, including what you did not intend to catch. It's also a bill, Mr. Speaker, similar to what we have done in recent times, particularly last year, that the debate is not one that is based on government versus opposition, but it's one where we approach it collaboratively as members of Team BVI. We understand that such legislation is critical to the reputation of our jurisdiction from a financial services point of view, and we are committed to make the most effective legislation as we can possibly in this regard. In this debate too, in addition to the theme of balance, another important theme that has come out has been education and communication. This is something that we have been speaking of for years with respect to the financial services industry, an industry that has been described many times as shrouded in secrecy by its very nature. But we realize that as we make laws, the laws are not compartmentalized just for a sector, but they in fact affect many of us. And we see that the need for awareness is great, even though we see that there are some little steps being made. There are talk of programs that would have been in place in the past that we need to get going, and even other legislation like related to the nonprofit legislation, for instance. The nonprofit legislation has brought many other persons, even people, for instance, in my church, have had to do seminars with respect to anti-money laundering and the financing of terrorism, because such nonprofit organizations sometimes are drawn into that space and used in a way that is not intended. I also support the efforts of the member for the 8th, as he emphasized more, perhaps than anyone, the emphasis that the person on the street must understand the implication of this legislation. It's not something that is way out there that may not affect them, but it could very, very well affect them in a very impactful way. And this type of legislation, Mr. Speaker, is such and must be handled well, because it is one of these pieces of legislation that starts a shift where the onus of proof is. Whether the onus of proof is that you are innocent until proven guilty, or you identified as guilty and you must find a way to prove your innocence. This is a very dangerous aspect, and so we must proceed with due care, given the implications. There have been, others have presented on some of the safeguards that can be put in place to improve this legislation, and I look forward to being supportive as we continue to discuss this matter in committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other member? I call on the Premier to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You called me right at the right time, because the junior minister helped me with my wrap up there. I thought he gave a good summary, somewhat of the issue. And I thought that the quality of the contributions to this debate was at a high level, Mr. Speaker. So I'm appreciative for all the contributions shared by my honorable colleagues. And I think, as the junior minister just said, that all throughout the contributions, persons have been speaking about balance. Starting with my honorable colleague on the right, as well as the leader of the opposition. I think they got us off to a very good start with the debate, with very wise words and wise observations. And I think other members just simply contributed to that. We had members who made very specific observations and interventions on the bill. And I agree, Mr. Speaker, that it is important that we take a very close look on all of those matters which have been raised in the bill, ever being mindful of what the Attorney General reminded us of in her contribution of the reason, or one of the reasons we're here. We're here because we have a financial services industry, and it's been going for over 40 years now, and it has done a lot for the Virgin Islands, a lot for all of us. A gift, as the member for the second termed it, and we have to do all that we can to preserve it. But not just that, Mr. Speaker. When you have a financial center of our size, with the importance of it throughout the world, with the amount of money that it facilitates in trade and investment, you have responsibilities, you know. You don't just get to enjoy the prosperity that comes with the industry. You have responsibilities. And being a responsible financial center is a part of your responsibilities. You have to ensure that you take measures, responsible measures, to fight against money laundering, terrorist financing, proliferation financing, and any other form of financial crime. That is our responsibility. We also have a responsibility locally to ensure that we are part of a fight against illicit activity. And we can't bury our heads in the sand, Mr. Speaker, and act as though there's not a transnational drug trade that affects all of us in the Caribbean and in Latin America and the United States of America. I won't comment on that. Yeah, but we have a transnational drug trade. Thankfully, in the BVI, we don't hear much about terrorist activity, but we must be conscious and aware of the fact that we have between 350 and 400,000 companies, and these companies, if we're not careful, can be used for the wrong purposes, to do things that we don't support here in the Virgin Islands. So we have to take responsible measures as a jurisdiction. Now, we're absolutely correct, and every time we speak about financial services, we speak about the fact that our local people are, get caught up in the laws that we have to make here. And this is a reality that our people really must understand and accept. We have a responsibility to fight against illicit finance. Every citizen should take up that charge, and every citizen should be concerned about that. And every citizen and persons in the House are absolutely correct. We have to be educated. We also have to take some responsibility to educate ourselves about these type of matters. And Mr. Speaker, I believe the majority of citizens do understand, because the majority of citizens are law-abiding citizens and good-natured and good-hearted individuals who do not have any support for criminal activity. So I do believe that they understand what it is we are seeking to do here. But of course, as has been well articulated, we also have to ensure that we protect the rights of the innocent. And Mr. Speaker, I understand the concept well. Every time I get up and I defend law enforcement, or strengthening our laws or enhancing the powers of our law enforcement agencies, I have to remind persons that I understand. You know, I was in the United Kingdom and I was walking in a majority black area, and 2 white police officers came up to me and they accused me of breaking into persons' homes. And I had my school bag full of textbooks, and they told me they believe I have a crowbar in my bag. And they want to search me for this crowbar. And I didn't believe I did anything to warrant their suspicion of me, and I refused to be searched. And this boy from Fatah's Bay and these 2 police officers got into a little tussle. And we were rolling around on the ground. We knocked off the side mirrors off a bunch of cars, because I was asserting that this is what you call racism and profiling. And I wasn't going to stand for it. So I'm aware of what can happen if you don't have proper checks and balances in place to be able to protect the innocent from abusive behavior from those persons who we give authority. Because unfortunately, we give persons authority, and we would want to think that everybody who we give this authority to will use it responsibly. But history has told us differently. History has told us that those persons who get power and authority, they will abuse it. And we have to have strong measures in place to protect persons. And the junior minister also is correct that while we understand the problems we're trying to solve, we have to be very careful about reversing the burden of proof. You have to be very careful about reversing the burden of proof. Because if you are not successful in proving your innocence, you certainly can be abused. And the burden of proof is also, and this is in the Constitution as well, so we have to be careful. I think it is the Deputy Premier who reminded us that we have to ensure that we are in line with the Constitution. The Constitution says that you're innocent until you are proven guilty. So we have to be careful when we reverse the burden and say that persons, if you cannot prove your innocence, then you're going to be subject to persons seizing your belongings and things like that. So those are things that we have to examine very carefully, and some of those things certainly we may have to push back on. When you speak about unexplained wealth orders, it's a controversial thing. And I don't think, I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, that there's definitive support even in the multilateral organizations that we're speaking about. It's still a controversial concept. So we have to be careful about those type of things. But we know what it is we're seeking to achieve. Let us also be mindful of the fact, Mr. Speaker, that the victims of criminals have rights as well. Let's be mindful of that as well. It's okay that we assert the rights of persons who have committed criminal acts. Yes, they do have rights, but they do not have rights not to accept the consequences of their actions. If you have committed a criminal act, you should face the consequence of that action. You don't have the responsibility to avoid that. And while the penalties are very serious, and we may feel sorry for persons who may who may feel the consequence of those penalties, I think the best thing we can do for persons is to encourage them to keep out of this illicit activity. Because when you're involved in that type of activity, the consequences for the society are very grave. You're talking about violence, you're talking about destroying persons' health and destroying their lives. Not anything to be taken lightly. And we don't want you to have to go to jail, and we don't want you to have to, well, all the other consequences, but the answer is not to be involved in that activity. And yes, everybody makes mistakes, but just know that there's certain types of mistakes that you won't recover from. And we're just talking about going to jail, but you can also end up dead, and there's no recovery from that mistake. So, Mr. Speaker, we do have a responsibility to ensure that our penalties are robust and are a deterrent to this type of behavior. We must deter persons from this type of behavior. Mr. Speaker, I'll just end off by saying, I do know persons who very innocently, without doing any wrongdoing, they've been able to inherit land and build homes by I don't want to use the word hustling, but being very creative. Very creative. I have constituents, Mr. Speaker, who, they hustle $2,000 here or $3,000 there. They get persons to donate some blocks. They get persons to donate some steel. They have persons who donate labor. And, and you'd be surprised how far they get. Some of them end up building 2-3-story houses. And if you do the valuation for those houses, which is all around the Virgin Islands, you have these pristine views of the sea. You do valuations on these homes, and these homes probably worth over $1 million. Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, we do have to, I am interested in knowing from our Attorney General's chambers and the witnesses how we can ensure that persons like that are not unduly subject to potential to have their assets seized and things like that. If somebody starts to suspect them of something for whatever particular reason. And we know it's a small place. I might just have a cousin, and as a virtue of a cousin or a friend, somebody might start suspecting me of something. So it's a very small place. We're all related. We all went to school together. We're all friends. We all see each other at the bar. We all see each other at church. So, Mr. Speaker, it's very easy for someone to say that this person is your associate, and therefore whatever activity they may be accused of, some persons start to connect you to that. So we don't want to get persons caught up in this type of thing unnecessarily and unduly. So we do have to be mindful of the type of situations we can create, while at the same time doing what we have to do to deter persons from this type of activity and to provide the powers to be able to investigate suspicious activity reports when they pop up. So, Mr. Speaker, we do have our work cut out for us this afternoon. So I'm looking forward to having a very robust and healthy discussion in the committee stage as we go through clause by clause. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This bill may be cited as Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Amendment Bill 2025.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. The House is in committee.